Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and we are live. This is Truth Tuesday. As you can see from my outfit that looks kind of like Colonel Sanders, I believe this embodies purity and truth. So I wear a light jacket. I'm looking for a white suit, but beige is good enough for me. The truth of the matter is we're all going to be penny pinching in the coming future, making sure that we save money because the economy, the global economy, is shrinking. Now, recently the stock market inflated with the branding of America as a Trump nation, but that's all hype. We're going to be seeing a serious contraction in the economy. We just don't know when, and that's where it gets tricky. We're not sure if there's going to be a major downturn, or will it happen in small amounts? Will there be another situation like the mortgage-backed crash in 2009? What's going to happen? We don't really know. But one thing is for sure, by penny pinching and saving your money and living below your means, you're going to get ahead no matter what. And hopefully watching the show, you'll learn tricks of doing that. Thursday, I have a cooking show where I'm going to make a breakfast fit for a king for $1. And you're the king, and you can make your own breakfast by doing what I show you how to do. So we do a little cooking show and give you ideas on saving money. That's the key. Now, how I retired at 50 years old is primarily, it's a lesson I think that many of millennials are going to learn, and I consider myself one of the first millennials. I really saved a lot of money when I was living with my parents. My father had a heart attack when I was 25. My father had a heart attack. And I went and lived with my family and cooked for my family at that time and made sure he lived another 12 more years. So, yeah, maybe 14 more years actually. And one of the ways I saved is by working. I didn't have a lot of rent to pay. And millennials are in a situation where you can do that. So you don't have the ability to buy houses right now and flip them like your grandparents did, like my parents did. But you can live with your family and save your money for your future. And that's something I highly recommend. Because if you spend it now and you have nothing and you're living with your parents, you might as well just, get ready to start dumpster diving when you turn 50. So you have to look at the reality that you are saving a huge chunk by living with your mom and dad right now. Now, I could be deemed Generation X, but I'm really the beginning of the millennial generation, in my opinion. I didn't live off my parents. I worked separately. I had my own income. And deedle-dum, that's not appropriate here. But I worked for them. Basically, I did all their shopping. I took them to the hospitals, to doctors. I did everything. Did all the upkeep on their home. And I helped them through their retirement plans. But in the process, I was able to save money. And, it worked out for me. But you don't need a lot of money to live if you own your own home. That's the important thing. Now, I would love to bring home ownership to the American people. And one of the things I want everyone to do is consider the plan that we have called America's Homestead Renewal Plan. And it's typified by this picture, which I'm showing you, which is taking houses and fixing them up and making them new again. There's at 18 million homes in America that are in foreclosure or condemned that could look as new as this house. And I also have a solar rooftop revolution for jobs, where we're going to put solar rooftops on houses for free, because the energy they save will help pay for their costs, including the installation over time. And the government can finance this and still make money, because we make money on the electricity they generate too. Now, Trump is not anti-establishment. He is the establishment. He is the swamp. Trump was just handpicked to become president. I have been fighting for 1 minute of airtime for 8 years, and I've had to reach out to a worldwide audience to grab attention. It's amazing that I'm still being ignored by the mainstream media. Discount, you're not really making a lot of sense here. I'm telling people who are millennials how to live and save money right now because they are living with their parents, okay? Speak to the audience that is watching, okay? Don't be some idiot living in your apartment that your mom bought you and wondering why you can't get a date. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. No. Well, the projects didn't work because people didn't take pride in what they're doing. This program automatically puts people in the driver's seat of fixing up houses, painting walls. The media attention is not coming my way, period. I'm being completely censored in my own country. And when that changes, the dynamic of a third party will change. I never expected this to happen in a country that claimed to be free and democratic. I'm sorry, that video does not exist. Yeah, it completely got taken down just now, linked to viruses. Deedle, I told you. What's your question? You can live on my balcony, he's telling 801. That's pretty funny. Shower access from certain hours. Yeah. Many millennials will never be able to retire or own property. Yep. I'm giving you a chance. If you're a millennial and you're living in your parents' house, you'll be able to work in the homestead renewal plan for just a couple days a week, if you want, when you want, and you'll make $10 an hour. And every day that you work, you'll get a point toward a down payment on a house like this. Now, a house like this, you will be able to own with 10 years of $500 a month payments. Now, if you stayed in the program and made that money, you could pay that $500 a month. In 10 years, you'll have enough to pay for your house completely while you're living in it. So this is a very affordable, scaled-down plan where the banks don't make all the money on interest. That's one of the biggest problems with homeownership. And one of the biggest lies that people are being fed in America is that you've got to have a home, that somehow you need to get a mortgage, and somehow you need to get saddled into a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, that you'll never pay off. That is a total lie. That is the lie that's fed to the American people, and it's not the way it should be. You should have an opportunity to own your own house or maybe build your own tiny house. Okay, we've got a couple things that just came in the show. A free piano. Look at that. In Long Beach, California, this beautiful piano could go to a church somewhere. Wow, that is gorgeous. I heard a lot about pianos that are, kind of bounced around. And it even has keys in it. Look at that. It's ready to go. And the secret playbook of internet trolls disrupt, misdirect, and control internet discussions. Well, the reason that internet trolls are effective is that people still don't understand their game. Wow. The tactics they use and what they're... Yeah, interesting. I'm looking forward to reading that. You're doing a sex movie? Okay. How is that any different than the ones you've done already? Boink. Okay. I don't believe cannibalism can be endorsed here. I'm sorry. I'm going to answer you about the single-payer healthcare system, Deedle-Dum. Okay? Part of the problem is your questions are being overtaken by your posts. You're pushing your posts away from your questions, so I've got to go way up to look at your post. Yeah. And I'll tell you, I don't support a single-payer plan. I don't support what you call universal health care plans. I support lower-cost health care and a public option. Okay. Now, single-payer plans oftentimes just charge employees and employers 7%. And why am I looking at a very loud explosion? What's the point of that? Yeah. I know. You could live in the piano. Bigger than your cardboard box, you're right. The dystopian riot control vehicle of the future is here. Well, I don't know about you, but they call that a forklift. Wow. I'm going to put that in police state. Wow, that's crazy, huh? Well, your tax dollar is being wasted. I go outside all the time. I was just in Portland. Yeah, I was at a convention. Sarah and I went to a convention in Portland. If you want to track our film from the motel room, I didn't post it on our website at America's Third Party's YouTube. I put it on my personal YouTube site. The Friday night gig that I did where the camera was all screwed up, you can check it out at davidjohnsponheim.com. Yeah, we're working on a mobile system. I'm still developing the camera, the lights. I'm still working on it. We're going to have a mobile setup soon. I'm making a few purchases. The lights were horrible. Republicans vote deedledum. I told you I don't support a single payer plan. And if you do that one more time, I will purge you and eventually ban you. Yes, you go outside all the time. I don't telegraph where I'm going. I'm not going to speak publicly anywhere. That would mean I'd be in a place where you would know I'd be, right? Telling people you have a fully automatic bazooka with a 50-round clip it's nonsensical. Yeah. I just don't telegraph where I go, and I don't have speaking engagements. My net cost is ridiculous. This is free. For me to go traveling would cost me $75,000 an hour. Why would I do that? For me to travel publicly. I don't know about you, but John F. Kennedy had his head blown off fighting against the Illuminati. Why would you think I would go out there to get killed? I mean, hello? We're in a war. You don't realize it, but our country's being attacked. We're being slowly attacked by chemtrails. They are literally dumping chemicals on your head, and you don't seem to even understand that. Not only are they dumbing you down and making you unaware of the chemicals that they're dumping on your head, but they're slowly affecting the weather plan. They're triggering global climate change. You name it, they're doing it. Chemtrails are dropped in single lines, and then they spread out with this new chemtrail 2 version. They have a second chemtrail version that's out now. It's full of aerosols. The kinds of things that they tried to get rid of, the Freon, remember that? It was a total waste of time because now they're dumping 100 times worse than the Freon in our atmosphere. They're killing off the coastline of California. They're trying to attack our country. So yeah, this is a pretty serious effort at challenging the Illuminati and the powerful elitists using simply the internet. And yeah, there are a lot of risks to this. So asking me to go out and speak in front of large audiences, why would I put myself in that position? The audience wouldn't benefit. They can watch my show from their convenience of their comfy chair. I'm the guy who definitely is against refugees and illegal immigration. I'm the one who put this idea out there 8 years ago, the 1,000-mile fence. Trump copied it and called it a wall and then claimed Mexico should pay for it. That's not me. I'm the guy that wants to stop the illegal immigration flow over the border. I have a plan to actually stop the flow using an invisible fence made out of an active denial system, which our government's still fully developing. We can use it. We just have to mass produce the sentinels that would direct the beams, that would basically send out a microwave that when you get close to it, it starts to burn your skin. But it's not like not like third-degree burns. It starts to heat up your flesh. Very slow. You go closer to the wall or through the fence, and it gets hotter. So using your own nerve endings, it keeps people out of the border. Gorsuch needs a straight flush to beat filibuster. It looks like Gorsuch may not make the cut. That fascism forever nominee that Trump stuck in front of our face, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, who won't even comment about the freedom of speech guaranteed under the U.S. Constitution. This guy who won't even commit to saying that the right to freedom of religion is paramount in our country. That's the worm that they're trying to reject from the pile of worms in the Supreme Court. And I have a feeling it's going to be a filibuster, yeah. Senate Democrats on Tuesday left Judge Neil Gorsuch with 2 rows at the Supreme Court, winning over all the party's remaining swing votes or relying on the so-called nuclear option. Whatever. Who cares? The guy's... He won't even commit. Thank you. Yeah, great hair. Doggy style, that's very derogatory. I read everything you say, so I'm going to mute you. It says 100 viewers, but I really have millions. No, I haven't started winning really. I just need to get 1 minute of airtime in America. I haven't even gotten 15 minutes, let alone 1 minute. Or I haven't gotten 1 minute, let alone 15 minutes. Thank you. I don't believe the Super Congress was ever effective. They couldn't pass Obamacare. They tried, so that it took all of reconciliation to pass Obamacare. It's got to stop. The only pathway to stop Obamacare is to revoke everything that Barack Obama signed into law, including executive orders that give more and more power to the police state. And the reason why Donald Trump won't prosecute Barack Obama for having an obviously false birth certificate, but it's more than obvious that he's in on it. He won't prosecute Hillary either. So Donald Trump got bought off somewhere along the line. I'm not sure where. Maybe when he was a baby. I don't really know. I've got a video here, just a quickie that I want to show you. I pulled it off of some of the strange audio clips that have been posted on the internet regarding Devin Nunes' reveals about secrecy and privacy. He's been taping and posting some pretty intense stuff on the internet, and one of those things talked about a guy was shot who happened to have solid information. He was shot in the head many years ago, who had solid information that Barack Obama's birth certificate was fake.
County. But you could Brandon?
Sure.
Maybe because he's the expert on it.
He knows computers.
So I don't want to call our computer crimes and all this shit. I want to keep this very quiet. So keep this shit. This is top secret.
10-4.
Or you end up with a bullet in your brain. Who did he kill?
Some guy did the birth certificate.
Birth certificate. He killed. Wait a minute. Which guy did he put a hole in this?
No, the guy that worked for Brennan that was subpoenaed the night before he was supposed to go before Congress and talk about the birth certificate. They killed him.
When this happened?
Don't worry about it. All my affidavits are going to say Lieutenant.
If they said it was a random street killing.
Brandon Jones.
You want to
explain it?
I can say whatever you need me to do, boss. Whatever you need me to do.
We're all Brandon Jones. We're all Brandon Jones.
That's a nice name, Brandon Jones.
That's good.
CIA type.
Gonna go back hack all the newspaper clippings on Brandon Jones posse guy.
All right, this is how corrupt this is. This is a secret backroom, top secret meeting between people like Joe Arpaio, and it's like they're talking about a guy who named Brandon Jones who had a bullet put in his head, called it a random shooting, but he had solid information that that Barack Obama had a fake birth certificate, and they're laughing about it. These are the kind of scumbags we're dealing with in Washington. And Donald Trump didn't listen to my advice, and my advice was you cannot repeal Obamacare, and he didn't hear me. He copies everything I talk about except the ideas that are obviously not popular among his cohorts. But honestly, Donald Trump really needs to go back to the birth certificate issue if he wants to pass anything substantive with health care. I'm trying to give this guy a few pointers, and he just doesn't get it. I've seen all these things well in advance. Well, that little audio clip right there was just absolutely mind-blowing. It's like, whoa, these people are making fun of a guy that had his head blown off because he had solid information about the fake birth certificate. Unbelievable. These people shouldn't be in power laughing about the death of a man who is trying to fight for the truth and justice this nation deserves. We didn't need a fake birth certificate brought to us to know that Barack Obama was a total liar. But now we have the ultimate challenge to determine whether that Donald Trump is a total liar. And a lot of you Trump-tards better start waking up, because he will not prosecute Hillary like he said he was going to do. He will not prosecute Obama. He's simply a veritable puppet for the New World Order. Exactly what you thought he wasn't, he is. So it's time to start realizing this third party's got to be born out of the right and the left, not some left-wing idea or some right-wing idea. We have to hone a solution, a package to fix this country that will stop these corrupt people from having power in the future. I don't know whether to believe Sheriff Joe. I like Sheriff Joe Arpaio. I think he's a pretty straight guy, straight shooter, but he's in a clan of people that are not the Ku Klux Klan, but a group of people that are kind of, backroom bureaucrats who think they got it all under control, even though they're just taking orders. No. I'm cut out of a different cloth than these people. I've never gone into that direction of money. I've chosen not to be corporate all my life. I've chosen not to be government all my life. I've chosen to be an American with solid virtue and integrity. And if that's what it takes to stop these people, that's what it's going to do. We're going to move forward with this goal. And I'm not going to in any way give in to these powerful people. I'm not viable. There are people that are viable all over the world. You're probably viable. If somebody offered you 50 grand, you'd probably do whatever they told them to do. I'm not. Yeah. The news was openly heralding Obama as the savior. I know. He was a rock star in politics. All of that was created. I know my homeless image is not good for Donald. I'm beating him on homelessness. Yeah, I have a home, but I'm concerned about homelessness. And I'm concerned that people are not getting any way out of their situation. We got 10 cities in almost every city in the country now, 25,000 people sitting there. They have no idea what they're going to do with these people. If that's all you got, you really don't come to the table with much intellectual content. Many of you people calling me names are not really asking me questions, are you? All right, another big thing happened today. The Senate voted to let ISPs sell your web browsing history to advertisers. And the House is following suit. And now Donald Trump can either veto this, but he's already said he supports this idea. So your web browsing history, including all the porn you've been watching at night, will now be available to advertisers, even your next door neighbor. Because there's no barrier for anyone to get that information. Anybody can call themselves an advertiser. So now your porn history will be available to your next door neighbor. It's going to change the whole concept of... So now Donald Trump is basically siding with the New World Order and giving in. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ban you? I better unban you. Isn't that horrible? Think about it. I'm going to play a little video for you just to get started. Hold on just a second.
And he would know what fast food he might tell me because he's a doctor. So we all got flu shots.
Did you know the vitamins and nutrients will be illegal in the year 2010 if we don't awaken the sheeple? These globalists are murderers, they about to hook it up. Codex alimentarius, baby, look it up. They spray you from the sky like roaches. Does it shock you? Don't worry, they got a pill for you. Ask your doctor. Are your legs restless? Are you shy? Forget the side effects, not that many people die. Genetically modified foods are the bomb. They gave lab rats cancer, but please don't be alarmed. Soon GMO foods will be a staple. The only thing you'll be able to put on your kitchen table. Their own documents have shown no food shall be grown that Monsanto don't own. Worldwide, there ain't nowhere to run. Thank the World Trade Organization and International Monetary Fund. We the sheeple of America, America, America. Simply the sheeple of America. We the sheeple of America. 100+ Plus, of the world's wealthiest people meet every June. Just see to it their plan is complete. Prime ministers, presidents, billionaires, CEOs, international bankers, C3POs. Also known as the young psychopaths who fawn over their elders and give them charts and graphs. Pondering how to reduce the population, injecting our boys and girls with poisonous inoculations. Yum, yum, mercury's good, at least the news will tell you that. And they certainly should, cause they're owned by the CFR. But who cares about the Royal Institute of International Affairs? Jerry Springer's on, yeah, 2 transvestites are about to fist fight. Meanwhile, they're making plans for the order of the new world, about to send the lambs to the slaughter. You think they care about 3,000 American men, women, and children? They about to kill a couple billion. If you're in the dark, my friend, you might despise my words, but you had the wool pulled over your eyes.
Okay, I just had to take a little break, check on things outside. We're getting a little wind in my area. Yeah, it was an old video. Payday Monsanto gave us approval to use that video. Yeah, he's a totally amazing guy. And, you know, they bring up important issues that came out back in 2009, 2008, like Codex Alimentarius, where the UN is trying to take over control of our food supply. That's the truth. We've got to stop that. The UN is too deep in our government. They've got already UN directives in most of our U.S. Army publications regarding civil unrest, which means the UN can come in and operate within our confines of our boundaries under the auspices of peacekeeping forces, which is absurd. Why would we allow them to do that? So bear in mind, a lot of this attack has been, it's been nonstop. Every time we do the show, we have to, deal with attackers and trolls and haters, and it's because we have a very, very viral message, and that is that the American people have solutions, but we've been held back. We've been censored. We have a way out, but the rich people don't want us in. The last thing the rich people want are the American people fixing their own country. So this constant effort by us is an effort which is coming from a principle, not some desire to make money or somehow pat our pockets like Donald Trump. It's completely based on principle. So that's why we're able to do the show every night without fail. Most people can't imagine how that's possible. Well, we should definitely pull back all support for the UN. I know Donald Trump is trying to copy my idea, but he's wrestling with tigers. The UN is so deep embroiled with the World Bank and the IMF and the New World Order that it's unlikely he's going to be able to extract them from our government. It's going to take a little bit more aggression than what he's putting out. No, you understand, I'm battling an attack against our show. What they're trying to do is shut us down off of guest chat. That's their primary goal. And in the process, we get a chance to actually, knock them off the internet for a while. But what they're also trying to do is ban certain IPs. So when I do that, then I go unban all, and it changes the dimension of this chat room. I found out that the HTML that Vaughn's using is pretty antiquated. Misanthropy did a study of the site and said this is like bad code. And his tools are really rudimentary that he's using to get millions of dollars to censor us. It's just kind of ironic how we have to battle even the very network that we're broadcasting on. Because if we go to another network, what happens is there is a thank you. There is an organization at a high level that can actually IP ban people that come into our new network. No, I don't, dude. Yeah. Thank you for asking. All right, great. So then we look at something else here. A boomer. Johnny Depp is going to star in a new movie about the accused accusation of murder came out against John McAfee. I don't know if you're aware of that, but they're doing another movie about it. There's a movie out right now on a kind of a documentary style movie, but no, there's no mole cancer, man. I don't know where you're coming from. The idea of doing a documentary movie was one thing, but seeing Johnny Depp play John McAfee should be kind of funny. And seeing a person kind of, reaching the edge of his viability in acting. They claim he's one of the most overpaid actors out there, Johnny Depp. It's going to be interesting to see how this guy plays the character of this desperate character, John McAfee. Yeah. So I'm anxious to find out what that's all about. Hang on, we're still working on this one. This is a story that came in last night that I thought was relevant. George Soros has a son, believe it or not, who happens to be the talk of the town in the Hamptons. He's got $24 billion that his dad gave him. Really? Exciting, yeah. Here's a New York Post of George Soros' son. It's called The Least Likely Playboy in the Hamptons. And I guess this guy is really not that interesting. But his dad is. And George Soros is doing a hostile takeover of our government. And what he's been allowed to do is basically buy into a hedge fund for $550 million that predicts that our country's economy is going to collapse. And he's been spending money on paid rioters like the ones in Ferguson and Baltimore to try to collapse our country. And this isn't the first time that this young man's father, George Soros, did this. He did this with the Bank of England. He shorted the Bank of England and made a lot of money. The son of 86-year-old investor George Soros' net worth is $24.9 billion, rented his party pad from a shoe designer, and he's been inviting people over, and he's just having a fun old time in the Hamptons. And these people just party with him, and everybody loves him because he's worth so much money. This is what's going on. And his dad is doing a hostile takeover of our country. Are we going to sit back and watch our country getting taken down by a hostile takeover artist like Donald Trump or George Soros? And by the way, George Soros is good friends with Donald Trump, in case you were wondering, you Trump-tards. Yeah. I didn't know that the Red Bull heir killed a cop and did no jail time. That's news to me, Maisie. Wow. What do they think of next, I'll have to look that up. Well, money's basically at the heart of politics right now, and that's the truth. Money buys politics in this country, and we've lost control. We don't have a representative. Our average person in America doesn't have a lobbying group in Washington. So, stop shaking your head. Spicer to a White House reporter. Stop shaking.
On Capitol Hill.
So stop shaking your head. He's telling people what to do with their heads down. Thank you. Let's listen to this guy.
No, I get it, but you keep... I've said it from the day that I got here until whatever, that there is no connection. You've got Russia. If the president puts Russian salad dressing on his salad tonight, somehow that's a Russian connection. But every single person... No, I appreciate your agenda here, but the reality is... No, hold on. No, at some point, report the facts. The facts are that every single person who has been briefed on this subject has come away with the same conclusion. Republican, Democrat, so I'm sorry that disgusts you. You're shaking your head. I appreciate it, but understand this, that at some point, the facts are what they are, and on that every single day.
Condi Rice comes from. Condi Rice did not support this president. She did not go to the convention. She comes, what is on the agenda, and how is their relationship? Has it healed since 2006 when he used a very negative word to describe?
Here's what I'll tell you. It's interesting that you ask those two questions back to back. On the one hand, you're saying, what are we doing to improve our image? And then here he is once again meeting somebody that hasn't been a big supporter of his. Hold on. But April, hold on. You it seems like you're hell-bent on trying to make sure that whatever image you want to tell about this White House stays, because at the end of the day, let me answer. Okay, but you know what? You're asking me a question, and I'm going to answer it, which is the president. I'm sorry. Please stop shaking your head again. But at some point, the reality is that this president continues to reach out to individuals who supported him, who didn't support him, Republicans, Democrats, to try to bring the country together and move forward on an agenda that's going to help every American.
Wow, he sounds like a man with a paper ass, doesn't he? I hope he's not wearing a colostomy bag. That would be a very big insult. He'd be having a plastic ass. Yeah, obviously. Who's that bitch? I know. What do you mean that dude is the bitch? Look at Sean Spicer, who's put in the lineup because he can't talk. He makes Donald Trump look good because Donald Trump can't talk. He just kind of yells and repeats the same thing over and over again. Oh, hang on, I got a call. Hello? Yeah, I'm in the middle of a show. Yeah, I know. We've been targeted, yeah. All of America is being targeted by North Korea. Thanks for sharing. Well, okay, good luck. Take care. Okay, people giving me tips about North Korea. They claim that Seattle and Los Angeles are being targeted by North Korea. I cannot confirm that information. This is just overwhelming. Uncorroborated material coming from the alt-right to disperse concern about Russia, of all things. You're going to hear the worst things about North Korea because basically the Republicans have no other way to divert your attention from the simple fact that the talking points about Russia keep popping up, and Donald Trump was in bed with the Russians before the election. So now all the alt-right people are spreading news about North Korea attacking us. That's what's going down. And I get my alt-right person call me up on the phone and tell me that. You know, one of the things about the internet that you have to be wary of is a lot of people rely on donations to make money. They literally are just coming up with story after story that's uncorroborated in the alt-right media just to make donations and make it seem like they've got an edge on the news. Fear of North Korea. Oh! Pull that one out of the bag. That might re-divert our attention from Russia and Trump. Well, it's not... I have no reference point, but I can tell you... No, it was a person who's an alt-right media enthusiast, let's put it that way, who called me up saying, oh yeah, North Korea is targeting Seattle and Los Angeles. Oh, whatever. It's just ridiculous. We've got Donald Trump will not answer to the simple fact that he is got a relationship with Vladimir Putin. And he's even said it, and he's denied it, and he said it, and he denied it. He needs to resign. And the indictments are going to be coming soon because his cabinet was in bed with the Russians trying to get rid of the sanctions, complete violation of the Logan Act. Just a question of time. Here's Donald Trump on his relationship with Putin.
What exactly is your relationship with Vladimir Putin? I have no relationship with Putin.
Do you have a relationship with Vladimir Putin, a conversational relationship, or anything that you feel you have sway or influence over his government?
I do have a relationship, and I can tell you that he's very interested in what we're doing here today. He's probably very interested in what you and I are saying today, and I'm sure he's going to be seeing it in some form. But I do have a relationship with him. I have no relationship with him. But if you have no relationship with Putin, then why did you say in 2013, I do have a relationship? In 2014, I spoke... Because he has said nice things about me over the years. I remember years ago, he said something, many years ago. We did 60 Minutes together. By the way, not together, meaning he was probably shot in Moscow. Well, here in Moscow, you're in New York. But that's the thing. No, just so you understand, he said very nice things about me, but I had no relationship with him.
When I went to Russia with the Miss Universe pageant, he contacted me and was so nice.
Yeah, you said for 3 years, 13, 14, and 15, that you did have a relationship with him. No, look, what do you call a relationship? I mean, he treats me with great respect. I have no relationship with Putin. I don't think I've ever met him. I never met him. I don't think I've ever met him. You would know it if you did. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I was in Russia. I was in Moscow recently. And I spoke indirectly and directly with President Putin, who could not have been nicer.
Never spoken to him in Moscow. I didn't meet him in Moscow. Where? Never spoken to him on the phone? I have never spoken to him on the phone, no. You did say on 3 different occasions you had a relationship with him. Now you say there is none. Well, I don't know what it means by having a relationship. I mean, he was saying very good things about me, but I don't have a relationship with him. I didn't meet him. I haven't spent time with him. I didn't have dinner with him. I didn't go hiking with him. I don't know. I wouldn't know him from Adam except his picture, and I wouldn't know what he looks like.
Wow, that's his memory's a little jumbled.
You may want to get checked for Alzheimer's. Yeah. Bottom line is Donald Trump was collaborating to change U.S. policy on sanctions with Russia. Okay, Sean. Sean, go ahead. What's your question? Hi, Sean. Sean Freeland. What's up? Hello? Well, Sean Freeland's the guy who claims that he's being paid by Mark to dox us. And he claims that he hasn't been paid. So, we don't know what to believe with Sean Freeland. Yeah. His voice is a little bit suspicious. It could even be the guy who swatted us. We're not sure. Trump is so naive he doesn't even know Putin is playing him. Thank you. Exactly. I know. North Korea would be wiped out by our Star Wars defense system. There is no way that an ICBM would enter the U.S. airspace due to the simple fact that we have laser beams that can shoot it right out of the sky. How you doing? It does sound like it, doesn't it? Well, because people often... One of the known facts in criminology is that people who commit crimes always go back to the scene of their crime. It's almost a guarantee. If you're an investigative criminologist, you just have to set up a camera at the scene of a crime and you'll see the perpetrator come back there. It's almost a guarantee. Mark may very well have a couple million from the money he's making from censoring us. No doubt about it. He's been buying things left and right and bragging about it. And all of this is definitely coming into the possible investigation of the RICO Act. I will be applying that when I'm president to this entire operation that's been happening to me. Remember, Mark is solely responsible for me not getting the donations necessary to get my campaign going in 2016. I have a solid case, too. The guy who runs this network, I could have received much, much more. I got hardly any U.S. donations because people are being kept from getting into this chat room. He's keeping people out. It's directly translated into a lack of U.S. citizen interest in what we're doing. Doobster, what's up? You lock the front door there for me. Thank you.
No,
we can't play any of that music, Doobster. That's monetized on YouTube. I can play it after hours, though, man. O'Reilly mocks Maxine Waters, her hair. You know, that's a cheap shot, making fun of somebody's hair.
I didn't hear a word she said. I was looking at the James Brown wig. If we have a picture of James, it's the same. It's the same one, right?
No,
and he's not
okay,
using
I gotta defend her on that.
You're all wrong.
I have to defend her on that. You can't go after a woman's looks. I think she's very attractive.
But I didn't say she wasn't attractive. I love James Brown, but it's the same hair, James Brown.
I will not listen to this racism. I'm sorry, but this guy is coming off as a real racist. Hello. It is your friend from India, yes. Hello, Sarah.
Hello. How are you?
Pretty good, yeah. It's making fun of a black woman's hair, claiming she looks like a black singer, a soul singer. I mean, come on. What woman looks like a dude, except for Michelle?
Sarah looks like Michael Jackson.
No, you don't. I mean, you look nothing like Michael Jackson.
I'm bad.
You know, I have one of the best Michael Jackson impersonation solos. Have you ever seen this?
It's right here.
No.
Sarah.
Michael Jackson, The Way You Make Me Feel. You gotta just check this out. This woman, Kawia, is so good at this. Watch this. Yeah, she's beatboxing this. Okay, let me go into the meat of this song. She is spot on, man. She just does this song. Let me give you guys a link to this. It's one of the most inspirational Michael Jackson covers. She's great. Whatever.
4.6 million viewers. Yes, I would say she's great.
Yeah, she's got a lot of popular views. But what I really want to do is introduce Sarah to all of you. And basically the news of the day, Sarah, is the House just voted to wipe out the FCC's landmark internet privacy protections. It passed the Senate. It just passed the House. Now anybody can get your internet search history from your internet service provider. Seriously.
Wow.
I checked on that HughesNet connection I was looking into.
Mm-hmm.
They offer a satellite internet service. They offer 3 megabytes per second upload, which we can barely do a show on. But if we went to something where we can send it all out to other, like a stream on other networks, we could be able to do it. But 3 megabytes per second upload is the most that HughesNet new 5G network does. It's a satellite system that can operate.
You can't stream on that.
You can't stream.
No, you need 8 to 12 minimum.
Yeah, 8 to 12 minimum to stream. So we can't really use HughesNet from remote locations.
Did you want to take any break?
Yep, I will take a quick break. Thank you. Well,
I gotta go get a bag out of my car.
all right. So the internet is basically now open season.
Oh, and not only can they get it, they can sell it.
Yeah, they can sell it now. By the way, the House.
Oh, your privacy.
Your privacy, yeah.
Your search history.
Yep, your search history.
They can sell it,
mm-hmm.
and then suddenly your email account will be bombarded with ads.
Yep.
If you want to go look at a tent,
mm-hmm.
suddenly Big Five can eat.
They'll know.
They'll
know. They'll sell you a tent.
Sell your ad. Sell that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not completely open until the Senate approved it now, and now the House approved it, and Donald Trump is in favor of it. So basically, you are owned by the direct marketers now. There's no privacy. So a lot of you are going to get VPNs.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about VPNs on Thursday night. We'll talk about how they give you a certain cloaked anonymity that give you the ability to avoid this tracking process that's going on. All right. Just pathetic. I can't believe this. Yeah, it's turning into a big brother watching you, tracking you, and selling off your information about you to anybody, including your neighbors. So, and I told this to people, a lot of you guys who watch pornography, all that's part of your search history. Your search history is open season now. Your neighbors can download your search history if they're advertisers or claim they're advertisers. Yeah. It's just unbelievable. All right. I'm going to step out. Thank you very much. I'm going to put a new background on because Sarah's segment is more about learning from the blackboard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Or the green board.
David breaks periodically. That's what I do. Come in and give him a break because it's not easy doing a super long show like that. Yes, all of it. And then they'll arrest you if it's illegal. All right. I am going to, today is Tuesday, so I was telling you I'm going to do anthropology. Let's find it. I wasn't going to do fine arts. I was going to do anthropology, psychology, and sociology. Oh, this is good. What is, are you ready? Put your thinking caps on. What is a society ruled by elders? A tribe? Well, instead of a democracy, you would have a close 111. 172 has it correct. A gerontocracy. A gerontocracy. No, that should be reported. 327. The gerontocracy. All right. What is a type of psychology that is based on the study of a subject's responses to integrated wholes rather than separate experiences? It also refers to any structure or pattern in which the whole has properties different from those of its parts. For example, the beauty of a musical melody does not depend on individual notes as such, but rather on the whole continuous tune. I read to you every night. That's how I get my 20 minutes of reading in every day. So a type of psychology based on the study of subjects' responses to integrated wholes. Right. That's true, even though one note can spoil a symphony. If you're a good symphony is not just one note, though. Buckrat has it correct. Gestalt psychology. No truth, Malgoff. I would not trust your credible source because it's obviously not credible. Thanks, Misanthropy. All right. Originally, what were areas of medieval cities in which Jews were compelled to live? Today, the term usually refers to sections of American cities inhabited by the poor. I beg to differ. No way. No way. Ghetto is correct. Misanthropy has it correct. That be right is right. 535 is right. Process Bird, welcome. Time Heals is right. Ghetto. Well, if it doesn't support me, if it's not true and somebody's saying something about me that's not true, then it's a bad source. Well, then that's good, Mall Cop, because there's two different Awesome Carls. One is the correct one and one is the imitation one. Ha ha ha. Weren't you going by another name, Wood Chip Boy, before? Like something else boy? Oh, sad but true, Frankenstein. Alright, what is an organization for girls from the ages of 5 to 17 whose aim is to increase values of citizenship and develop the interests and abilities of the members? The organization has 5 levels divided by age. Good job, Misanthropy. Girl Scouts, you said it twice. That be right. Joined you? Yes, Girl Scouts of the United States of America. My dad, 926. All right. Can anyone name the 5 levels of the Girl Scouts? Several million girls and adults participate. It says hi back. Not really. Wood chips is correct. Brownies is the lowest level. Actually, no. Daisy is the lowest level. Then is a brownies. Daisy, brownies. Junior, cadet, and then senior Girl Scouts. David would love for me to talk politics. I'd rather not talk politics. if you want me to talk politics, I could, but it would all be education-related politics about how our state is passing these horrible education bills, and I'm not sure you actually want me to talk about those. So that's why I just decided to that's when I decided to just do trivia. I am running my own segment. Exactly, that'd be right. I have heard that somewhere too with Chip Boy. That those scouts are transgender friendly or something. All right. Largest electoral margin ever. Well, because I would say he went to a lot of Midwestern states that have one or two electors. Oh, the nanny site. Nowhere supermarket, nowhere. What is an approach to history associated with the 19th century Scottish historian Thomas Carlyle? No, 327, never. Never, ever, ever, ever. He said something like this: the history of the world is but the biography of ha 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 286. That's kind of funny. Okay, Carlyle argued that heroes shape history through the vision of their intellect, the beauty of their art, the prowess of their leadership, and most important, their divine inspiration. Carlyle's theories have generally fallen out of fashion. What was the theory of Scottish historian Thomas Carlyle? An approach to history. Alright, you want me to tell you? Misanthropy is correct. It is the great man theory. Nice job Googling. Ha ha ha. Well, 788, I'm on it. I'm virtually here with you. All right. What is any form of psychotherapy involving a lot of patients rather than one-on-one session between a patient and a therapist? It's often used to explore interpersonal relations. Misanthropy is correct. 535 is correct. Process Bird is correct. I haven't seen that name before, Process Bird. Group therapy. Hopefully I don't make everybody leave the show with my trivia, but that's not really my point. It's just to kind of hang out and have fun. G Mall Cop. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you, 276. Well, then I will keep going. And you like Tuesday and Thursday? Thursday is my what is it? Tech one? Yeah, technology one. I'll soon be through technology and into medicine. All right. Next, who was an African-American author who became famous for his book, Roots, The Saga of an American Family? He combined fact and fiction in tracing his family's history to his ancestor, Kunta Kinte, who was kidnapped in Africa in the 18th century and taken as a slave to America. 535, so close. Buckra has it. Alex Haley is a correct answer. Good job, 788. Good job, Dappy right. That's true, Bengalitis. The first answer of medicine trivia, penicillin. The great popularity of Roots, which also became a television series, was part of the growing interest in the 1970s and 1980s in multiculturalism. All right, next clue. What is a false perception that appears to be real, as when, for example, a man dying of thirst in the desert thinks he sees a lake? I'm going to go with misanthropy's one. Hallucination is correct. Could I please bring up the ATP official chat room? I thought this is the ATP official chat room, is it not? You mean on americasthirdparty.com? Hallucination was that answer. Be more specific, Frankenstein, and I can. I do have the YouTube chat up. I have the Vaughn Live chat up, but that's all I have chat up. It's the only chats I'm watching right now, currently. All right. What is cultural, social, biological, or other differences within a group? Differences within a group. Oh, wait. You're talking about on Discord, are you not, Frankenstein? Is that right? Starting with an H, by the way. No. Differences within a group. Cultural, social, biological, or other differences within a group. Oh, you're so close. 535, you're the closest one to it so far. Hetero is the first part of the word. Cyclicity? That's not the one I have. Oh, you're so close. Start banning. Start banning is so close. All right, I'll give it to you. Heterogeneity. Heterogeneity. Good job, 962. You're typing it as I answer it. Good job, Super Market. I can. Is that what you're talking about though? Who was it? Time capsule or something? I will pull up the Discord. I usually don't do that one, but is that I don't know if that's what you're talking about, the main site. Heterogeneity, differences within a group. No, I would say hetero something. That would be fun. No. I'll just leave that right there for a moment. Boy, I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Asking for my number. You're not going to get my number. Actually, you all have my number, but really it's David's number, so David will answer the phone. All right. Ready? New clue. What is sexual attraction between a male and a female? Misanthropy has it correct. 829 correct. Heterosexuality. Correct. Updating Steam. I don't want to update Steam. right, next. Who are, this one will be an interesting clue. I don't think it'll be that interesting, but we'll see. See it. Who are members of a movement of cultural protests that began in the United States in the 1960s, affected Europe before fading in the 1970s. They were bound together by wow. Good job. Start banning. Evil Banker totally has it. Debbie Wright is correct. Misanthropy, did you really get it earlier? What? Sarah. Oh wait, you're not saying I win. You're just saying Sarah. All right. Yes, hippies is correct. Hippies were bound together by rejection of many standard American customs and social and political views. See, counterculture. Oh, you were saying Sarah because I'm like a hippie. I get you now. Got it. Okay, I'm voice connected to America's Third Party on Discord, if that's what you were looking for. All right, anyway. The hippies often cultivated an unkempt image in their dress and grooming and were known for practices such as communal living, free love, and the use of marijuana and other drugs. Although hippies were usually opposed to involvement of the United States in the Vietnam War, their movement was fundamentally a cultural rather than a political protest. See Woodstock, compare beatniks. You'd have cracked hippie skulls. That's not good. Ha ha ha, you'll eject. Hello, Mad Dog. Hello, Larry. All right. It is not hippos, but that is a good guess, Misanthropy. You're just not reading from the same encyclopedia as I am. Yes, make love not war, then came AIDS, so war is safer. All right. Who was an early ancestor of the human species that lived from about 1.8 million years ago to 250,000 years ago? The remains of this Homo something is correct, but not Homo sapien. Not Cro-Magnon. This remains have been found in Africa, China, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Correct, start banning. Correct, 962. Homo erectus. Homo erectus. Archaeological excavations have revealed that Homo erectus developed a cooperative hunting organization and the use of fire and may have had a spoken language. That's perfectly fine, Dupster. When David comes on, you can come on. You don't have to listen to me. No need to listen to me. All right, next clue. What is the biological classification of modern humans? I live in the gray shadows between the two realms. 90307. Correct, Misanthropy. All right, Homo sapiens is Latin. It was Homo sapiens for, ooh, this is interesting. Homo sapiens is Latin for the wise human or the clever human. The earliest Homo sapien was Neanderthal, who developed about 150,000 years ago. Sometimes modern humans are further classified into the subspecies of Homo sapiens Neanderthals, and Homo sapiens sapiens, Cro-Magnons, and present-day humans. It's the Linnaean classification. No, that's not going to happen, 327. All right. What is cultural, social, biological, or other similarities within a group? Yes, misanthropy. So, yes, close enough, misanthropy. But 926 has it. Homogeneity. Homogeneity. I like my book too. Thank you.
I heard it grow quickly. That's why these things go bad. But the liquid lithium is just.
Oh, wow. Thank you for that little history lesson. Dr. Meow says Neanderthals were eaten by the African Cro-Magnon, hunted to extinction until the last remaining died in Madagascar. And the same story is repeating again. Sad. All right, one more salty dog, and then I will get out of that little world. Okay. What is sexual attraction between persons of the same sex? I would assume so, 309. Good job, misanthropy. Start banning homosexuality. Yes. Oh, you just updated that to the wiki? Ha ha ha. All right. Now I'm off the homo whatever. Homo just means the same. Oh, it was a BBC documentary from 1986. Thank you for citing your source, Dr. Meow. All right, societies that rely primarily on and exclusively on wild animals, fishing, and wild fruits, berries, nuts, and vegetables to support their diet are called what kind of societies? Misanthropy is correct. Start banning is correct. Hunting and gathering societies. Until humans began to domesticate plants and animals about 10,000 years ago, all human societies were hunter-gatherers. Today, only a tiny fraction of the world's population support themselves in this manner, and they survive only in isolated, inhospitable areas such as deserts, the frozen tundra, and dense rainforests. Given the close relationship between hunter-gatherers and their natural environment, hunting and gathering tribes such as the Bushmen and the Pygmies may provide valuable information for anthropologists seeking to understand the development of human social structures. I have to give a little shout out to this video I saw on Netflix called Cooked that was talking about the Aboriginal tribes. Not necessarily in Australia, they were actually in like the Bikini Islands, I believe. And they went to the Bikini Islands when they wanted to do the nuclear testing. And they moved all these people off the Bikini Islands, but they were a traditional hunting-gatherer tribe. So that's a really good one. Cooked is a good show to watch. The other one, I will say, I do like The Gods Must Be Crazy. It's an old movie, but a very good movie. Yeah, the Bikini Atoll. And The Gods Must Be Crazy, that was like the... oh, help me out. The African tribe, which just, I heard the Bushmen, yes, the Bushmen in Africa, I heard about a year, maybe 2 years ago, that they were actually gathering up all their last remaining Bushmen and forcing them into the cities. So, Fake Awesome Carl, have you been spreading fake news about me? Because somebody said, hey Sarah, is this and this and this real? I have from credible sources this and this and this about you. And I said, well, then I wouldn't trust your source. And they said, well, I got my information from Awesome Carl. And I said, well, then that's obviously, there's a couple of awesome Carls out there, so you have to figure out which one you trust and which one you don't. It's not Bushmen on the Bikini Islands. They're two separate Aboriginal groups. Aboriginal meaning first people there. Yes, the Bushmen of the Kalahari. What? They disbanded way back in 1980? Oh, when all their youth became drug addicts? Wow. I heard that the last few remaining Bushmen, though, it was just a couple years ago that they pulled them off. Why don't I? Because I believe in influencing the next generation by being a teacher rather than a parent. And I don't need to be a mother. I can still have a great influence on the next generation. Thanks for letting us know. All right. What is it called when they are placing persons in a drowsy, sleep-like state in which they allegedly become vulnerable to the suggestions made by someone else? 479 is correct. Misanthropy is correct. Hypnosis. Have you ever been hypnotized? I have to say I went to a hypnosis section. It was by my psychology teacher, and I don't think I was hypnotized, but I just think I was relaxed. Weed hypnotizes people? Maybe. I don't do that. NPR, listening to NPR is like hypnosis, yeah. Hypnosis may also be used to tap into the unconscious and is often characterized by vivid recall of memories and fantasies. These properties make hypnosis a useful tool in psychotherapy. Hypnosis also has sinister implications, for subjects may be manipulated to perform embarrassing actions or be susceptible to carrying out the hypnotist commands after the hypnosis session. Like post-hypnotic suggestion. How does one know when one is under hypnosis? That's always a good question. I think that people under hypnosis are actually aware that they're under hypnosis. Because it's like they allow themselves to be hypnotized. What is all right, moving on. I guess that your words were hypnotizing me. What is a complex neurosis in which psychological conflict is turned into physical symptoms, such as amnesia, blindness, and paralysis that have no underlying physical cause? Early in his career, Sigmund Freud worked on this. Not hypochondria. Hypochondria is when you're like always think you're sick all the time, even though you're not really sick. Not psychosomatics. Good guess though. Not MK Ultra. Oh, you are so close. You have, well, at least you have the first two letters. 479. Not hypermania, but very close in actually the concept and the first two letters. What if I put HYS? Give you the first three letters. Not HYP, HYS. 479 has it correct. It is hysteria. Psychological conflict turned into physical symptoms. Why wouldn't he be 685? Sometimes I feel like that, misanthropy. Except I don't say bad things. I try not to. Well, I'm an adult, though, 685. Who? Last Man on Earth? Is Last Man on Earth on like Netflix? Yes. 685 out of my own choices. What does that even mean, Bengalitis? Not if it's what I think you mean. Alright, moving on. In Freudian theory, what is the part of the psyche associated with instinctual, repressed, or antisocial desires? On Netflix. Sure, I guess, Bengalitis? Frankenstein has it correct. It is the id. The id. In its efforts to satisfy these desires, the id comes into conflict with the social and practical constraints enforced by the ego and the superego. Hey, Hevia, how are ya? Totally healthy. Yes, they are psychological questions. I already answered that question 303, so ask 3 and then me. Figure it out. Hello, 919. I'm sure somebody in the chat room will answer your question. 303. All right. What is the condition of being born to unmarried parents? See, I wouldn't do this. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm not having children is because I'm not legally married. No, Tiggin? It is, I'm going to give it to 479, illegitimacy. It was once considered a mark of disgrace, but is generally more accepted now. Why would I care if I were legally married? Only if I had children. Because I wouldn't want them to be called those names. I have thought about that, Bengalitis, no. Alright. This is weird. Well, that's good, chicken. Oh, it's Hulu. I have to get it. Don't I have to get a Hulu account? Yes, Misanthropy, you are correct. Thank you for letting me not even say the clue. They have good conversation, 685. They have great conversations, Bengalitis. I appreciate that so much, Misanthropy. You have no idea. Alright, moving on. What is a personal hindrance to activity or expression? For example, fear of contracting cancer might serve as this against smoking. They have great conversations, Ticken. Not a total phobia. Phobia is a fear. This is just a personal hindrance. I did say fear of contracting. Fear of contracting cancer, but that's not really it. It's an inhibition. Inhibition. Yeah, it's kind of like stage fright. Stage fright is an example of an inhibition. All right, moving on. What is a general term for impoverished areas of large cities? It's characterized by minimal education opportunities, high unemployment and crime rates, broken families, and inadequate housing. Yes, Misanthropy. And they do the inner, INNER, inner city I don't think so, Bengalitis. Even though there are plenty of stores around here. What do I know? Do I want to ask Mr. Exam, what is that? What is that B thing you're referring to? Yes, and my father likes her as much as I do. No, McGregor. Okay, thanks, Exam. Yes, I did test the food. All right. What is a person who engages in academic study or critical evaluation of ideas and issues? Like, I would consider myself one of these. Oh, okay, thanks, Exam. Yes, 479. Yes, misanthropy. Intellectual. Intellectual. An academic. Bleh. Intellectual. All right, what is a number meant to measure how smart you are? Misanthropy is right. 685 is right. 884 is right. Measure intelligence. Once the standard measure of human mental capacity, now widely considered to be neither accurate nor fair. Controversy exists today over the effect of race and class on scores and whether IQ really measure intelligence. Tests of special aptitudes and personal factors are now favored over the pure intelligence test. I guess, but his was a different type of test, I guess. The IQ was originally calculated using the ratio of a person's mental age as measured by a standardized test and chronological age. An IQ between 90 and 110 is considered average. Over 120, superior. See the Stanford Binet scale. Few tests still include the controversial notion of mental age. And 135, Sponheim. I have no idea, Salty Dog. I don't do any of those. I agree with you, Misanthropy. It doesn't test critical thinking skills. Yes, 685. Sadly. What are intellectuals who form an artistic, social, or political vanguard or elite? So 30 Days Free. Okay, The Last Man on Earth. Okay, Hulu, Last Man on Earth. You'll tell me again tomorrow. Oh, 185, I'm sorry. Intelligentsia is correct. Good job, Bukra. Good job, 479.
All right. So I think I've got you covered. Thank you so much. You got your dinner in there, and you're all set to have your scrumptious macaroni dinner. All right.
Here is David.
With flank steak or whatever's left of that. There's hardly any there. But.
Oh, I'm going to search out first.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there's some Brussels sprouts for you.
Yes, David is back. Oh, Brussels sprouts and food.
Food, macaroni. Non-GMO macaroni. Thank you so much. And now we go back to the artificial intelligence world that surrounds us. No, she did not tell you that. Hula.com is Last Man on Earth, 30 days free. I want to see it. Why did they do a movie about me? They must have known something. So Hulu's offering a free 30-day trial period. Wow, calling me a devil antichrist. That's a stretch, isn't it? The year is 2020, and after a deadly virus has swept the planet, only one man is left on Earth. And what a bore life was for him. Season 3, Episode 9. No, my IQ's 185. She's incorrect. She needs to go back to school to learn her numerals. We are in the Matrix. If you believe you're outside the Matrix, it's because you're in the Matrix and you've deceived yourself. You've completely become diverted from the reality that we are indeed being fed lies. You fed the dad. I guess the jig is up, dad stays. Yeah. Family members, Sarah's family visits on occasion. Yes, I have a plethora of glasses to choose from. Actually, I'm whittling them down to just the ones I like. Yes, they are all polarized. That's what makes these big ones really nice. They are polarized. No, I don't. We're not on those kind of terms. I don't break into characters when I talk to people. It's a little weird, don't you think? Yeah, I think it'd be strange to have a normal conversation with somebody and break into a Ronald Reagan while you're talking to them. Drawers full of plethoras, yes. A plethora full of drawers. Ox has received reports of a shooting in Ferguson on Canfield Drive, the same street where Michael Brown was fatally shot in 2014. Is George Soros on the scene with his paid rioters yet? You got Roku? Yeah, it's great, isn't it? 60 months, I'm getting everything I was getting from cable for $200. Wow. So Roku's offering a $60 a month cable plan? I did not know that. I can't believe you'd pay $200 a month for cable. What was wrong with you? We don't pay for cable at all. We save so much doing what we do, which is we just dial into a Netflix episodic show and just go for it. We just dig in and enjoy the show without the commercials. It's great. My conversation with you is surreal, not normal. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. Comcast is hitting you guys hard, yeah. No doubt about it. I know the capacity messages keep flying. Mark gets kickback for every capacity message he sends you. He makes millions of dollars now he's making because he's censoring us. And I believe he's violating the RICO Act and my freedom of speech and the Fairness Doctrine and a couple other things. I'm just not exactly sure which laws he's breaking yet. But we'll figure it out when I sue him. You pay $180 a month for DirecTV? Wow. Well, for $120 a month, your cell phone can be unlimited downstreaming. You can get T-Mobile gives you unlimited downstreaming as much as you ever want. And then all you need to do is get a Wi-Fi hub and run your computers off of it. So if you're in a remote area, you can get, the 5G network and have unlimited downstreaming. You're capped out on uploads, which is our quandary when we travel. We often just use Wi-Fi as opposed to the 4 or 5G network, which 5G hasn't even opened up yet. I'm concerned about the safety of the 5G network. I'm concerned about radio frequencies and their safety. The truth is our government didn't do a lot of studies at all on radio frequencies. I used to think that, they check microwaves, they know all about microwave ovens and their dangers. No, they don't. I'm waiting for the 8G. I got you one up better there. Pretty soon somebody will say the 9G. But SafeSpaceProtection.com asks, do microwave ovens pose health risks? And the answer is yes, they do. And you'd think the government would have told us about this, but they didn't. It can create kind of a arrhythmia in your heart. Ovens can leak. Cataracts, eyes are especially vulnerable to microwaves. They affect the vitamins in your food. Yeah, check it out. I wouldn't doubt radio frequencies are killing the bees. Yeah, but we do know that glyphosate is the culprit behind the honeybee population dying. What happens is it lowers the ability of the bees to think. They forget what pollination is. Glyphosate is a chellator. Wow. Villagers cut open a giant python and discover their missing friend inside. I don't know if I have 5 minutes to watch this, but they lost their friend and the python's inside. You know, no le gusta. Let me go fast forward here. They're finding their friend inside. Oh, there's his foot. Look at this. I think I've seen enough. Thank you so much for sharing that horrible experience. It really is a python. Yeah, well, their friend was obviously, unaware the python was going to eat it. We have lots of pythons in Florida. And we have lots of pythons now in the White House, in the swamp. So I think we should have a python abatement program. I think napalm could be put to use in Florida. I don't know about the White House, but napalm in Florida would be a way to get rid of the pythons. Targeted napalm. Just burn them out of the water. What do you mean, pythons? You're actually trying to defend the rights of pythons? I'm sorry, but it's not acceptable. I refuse to allow you to do that. It's like defending the right to be chipped. Stop it. Okay, the Elon Musk guy, the guy who likes to smoke crack and brags about it, he thinks that we should all have neural links connecting our brains with computers. I mean, this is chipped by a scissor fight. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but it's true that our government is heading toward what is called transhumanism. And we don't need to be transhumanist. We don't need to be connected to computers. There's no need for this. Just stop it. Stop it. Yeah, I really don't understand Mark. He bought a new boat. He bought his Rolex watch on the money he made censoring us. And he can't even arouse his audience when he gets people online and talk, about what he's doing. He's trying to find justification in censoring us and somehow getting away with it.
on our knees.
Wouldn't you love to be able to just relax? You know, I would love to be able to do that. Just get down and boogie every night. Be so great, you know. But we're so stressed out by the news. We're all totally burned out by the future shock experience of just being a human and being an American in America. It's more and more stressful every day. And, you know, computers were supposed to make life easier, and we haven't made life easier. Remember when Bill Gates claimed he was going to create code that would be really simple to work on websites? You know, when we do an upgrade to our website, it takes 6 hours to re-upload new software every time we have a security, you know, update on our site. It's just crazy. I remember going in and tweaking with HTML a couple times, you know, once in a while, and having no problem. The new systems that are out there, the PHP, XML, those systems are just so ridiculous. And it's getting more and more difficult, I think. So it's not getting easier, it's getting more complex. With all the technology we have, it's just getting more and more complex. Isn't that ridiculous? Well, I do have a boss to account to, yes. I have a big important task here on Earth. Yeah, you may not believe in an afterlife, but I do. I don't want to learn coding. Dance to Okie Doke? No, I don't want to dance. You know, I don't feel like I should be forced to dance either. I feel like you're trying to muscle me into something here. So we pulled up some pretty weird stuff regarding the birth certificate issue, which I keep believing that is the only way we're going to stop Obamacare. And I have a top secret encounter that was posted on the internet that's now free for anybody to look at, between a bunch of guys who are kind of middle-level bureaucrats in the government, talking about a guy who was killed. They put a bullet in his head because he had solid proof that Barack Obama had faked his birth certificate. Now, what you're about to listen to is really shocking. It's the sound of people laughing about somebody who had a bullet put in his head because he was going to reveal the truth about Barack Obama's birth certificate. This is not something I played last night. Listen to this. This is absolutely mind-blowing. It's a screen grab from the actual audio of this event. Here we go.
County. Are you going to use Brandon?
Maybe he's the expert on the computer stuff. So I don't want to call our computer crimes and all this shit. I want to keep this very quiet. So keep this shit, this is top secret. Or you end up with a bullet in your brain. Who did he kill?
Some guy did the birth certificate.
He killed, what guy did he put a hole in his?
No, the other where he saw it and it was subpoenaed. The night before he was supposed to go before Congress and talk about the birth certificate. He killed him.
When this
Don't worry about it. All my affidavits are there.
Lieutenant gets a really, instead of a random street killing.
Brandon Jones.
You want to
Whatever you need me to do, boss. Whatever you need me to do.
We're all Brandon Jones. We're all Brandon Jones.
That's a nice name, Brandon Jones.
That's good.
CIA type.
Gonna go back hack all the newspaper clippings of Brandon Jones posse guy.
So, while this is booting up here.
So they're laughing about a guy who had a bullet put in his head. His name was Brandon Jones. He had top solid knowledge of the birth certificate being fake, and somebody killed him in a random shooting. He was going to testify. Well, I'm sorry you couldn't hear it, but you know, it was all about laughing at somebody who had a bullet put in his head for trying to defend the rights of this country to have a real U.S. citizen as a president, like me. Same with all the other dead people that these people would laugh at. They think it's funny. They're working as sub-level bureaucrats thinking it's funny that our country is killing people that are trying to expose the truth. It's pure evil. Exactly, Mark. It's real evidence of a cover-up, that's for sure. I don't know who Brandon Jones is, and I'm going to look into this myself, but all I got is a name. That's the string I'm running on. But I know full wholeheartedly that Barack Obama faked his birth certificate. And it's still a serious issue. And because the Obamacare problem that Obama created is such a financial disaster for America, it's costing us $500 billion more per year, way more than they even projected. Because of that, we have an obligation to go after Barack Obama for his fake birth certificate. Plus, we need to intercede. The Democrats just fired everybody at the DNC, according to reports. We cannot verify it, but there's people saying that everybody at the DNC is being fired. They're trying to clean everybody out. The Democrats know that they've got problems. But they're going to put Michelle out there as a candidate in 2020. We need to get this revealed before that happens, because I think Michelle is a transgender. And she needs to get revealed. Or he needs to get revealed. I mean, the elitists think this is so funny that they could just stick a transgender in front of us and expect us to, vote for a transgender. I'm serious. So the two parties have a real weird election plan for 2020. It's going to be a transgender versus a womanizer. And I'm not sure if it's going to be Donald or not. But all I can tell you is it doesn't look good for politics in America. Without a third party, we have no fresh blood. We have no answers. We just have a lot of people that are just sucking up to the New World Order. Here's Joan Rivers, who we predicted would die a month and a half after she said this. Sarah and I were in our show, and we turned to each other, and she said, yeah. And we both said at the same time that she'll probably live about a month and a half. Sarah said, yeah, about a month and a half. She lived a month and a half, and then she was terminated for saying what she said, spoke the truth about Barack Obama and Michelle, the transgender.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I've seen enough. Thank you. I just have to play that clip every night. It's my obligation. Her anesthesiologists work for the NSA. It explains everything, right? Are you making that up? Carrie Fisher spoke ill of Donald Trump and died a month later. She claimed that Donald Trump was a coke addict. Can you imagine a woman dying on a plane and there's no videotape prior to her death? We don't know if she was injected. Nobody videotapes the cabins and planes, yet video cameras are available for $14 on eBay. It's ridiculous. I mean, clearly Carrie Fisher was killed for what she knew about, or what she said about Donald Trump. I mean, it's pretty obvious, don't you think? I mean, why would anyone think for a second that Donald Trump would be in any way a coke addict?
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back? Good night, everyone.
Yeah, and that was the second debate. The third debate was even worse. 103 snorts that I actually counted during the. He had something dripping down his nostrils that he couldn't, suck up every time. So I have no idea what kind of drug he would take to cause the sniffles like that. And I in no way am implying that he's a coke addict like Carrie Fisher did. But isn't it interesting how she died? And you go to her autopsy and she died of unknown causes. They still don't know what caused the death of Carrie Fisher. It wasn't a heart attack. Okay, so let's ignore the truth, shall we? We don't want to bring up the nasty truth. She died of long flight syndrome, yeah. No one cares. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Nobody cares that our government is taking out people like Justice Scalia and not even investigating his death. Nobody cares. Well, they decided to replace Renee Zellweger because she's in play. They had a person who could match her physical body as close as possible. And the woman who does Renee Zellweger does a pretty good job. She's mastered her voice. She's had a lot of training. So she does a really good job of impersonating her. But whatever happened to Renee Zellweger is kind of a sad reality. You know, we don't know what happened to her. Frankly. We just don't know. Here's a composite picture of Renee Zellweger, and you can see it's not the same woman. I lined up the face, the neckline's off, everything's off. Even the eye, the orbital eye, is an eighth of an inch or 1/16 of an inch below the other one. So, no, it's not plastic surgery. You're full of crap. You bought the lie, McGregor. You're always going to be buying the lie. You just take it. You might as well bend over and ask to have yourself rectally, prolapsed without lubrication, because that's basically what you're doing. You're just sucking up to the mainstream media's belief that she had plastic surgery. Activists who made undercover videos of Planned Parenthood selling body parts charged with 15 felonies in California. So clearly Renee Zellweger is not Renee Zellweger. The new one is, by the way, 5'9", and the old one is 5'4". So you tell me how in the hell they have a 5-inch lift on a Renee Zellweger, and they're just trying to convince us all that it's perfectly okay to replace people. They had a few more movies planned for Renee Zellweger, I guess. Breaking: anti-abortion activists who made undercover videos of Planned Parenthood talks charged with 15 felonies in California. This is crazy. I saw those videos. They were really compelling. I mean, people in Planned Parenthood flippantly talking about selling little baby brains for, so much money, and how much would it cost for a liver, that kind of thing. Baby mills. Trust no one. There you go. I don't know. You'd have to ask Donald Trump why pursed lips look like an anus. I don't know the answer to that. There are people that are experts in this field of facial recognition. I'm really kind of shocked that Donald Trump even has lips like that, but I don't know. Joe Manchin sees opportunity for gun control under President Trump. Seriously? You think Trump's going to push gun control? Joe Manchin sees opportunity for gun control. I mean, what the hell? This guy ran on the idea of gun rights. Now he's going to flip on that too? I wouldn't surprise me. Trump is supposed to be pro-gun rights. Senator Joe Manchin, Democrat, West Virginia, says that as the Senate Democrat who seems closest to Trump and who believes he may actually secure gun control under the Trump administration. This news comes as Trump, the NRA, and others are pressing red state Democrats to confirm Neil Gorsuch to fill the void left by Antonin Scalia. Manchin appeared on MSNBC's Morning Joe on December 14th, 2016. The 4th anniversary of the heinous attack in which Adam Lanza stole guns, killed his... Oh, God. They got Democrats pushing the whole gun control thing with Sandy Hook in the background. And we all know Sandy Hook was fake. Everybody in the know knows it's fake. There were no bodies. The children were all paid actors. Check out this liberal militia video. Phoenix Times documents John Brown Gun Club. Okay, I don't have any information on that. It's a new song starring Hillary and Trump. Really? Hillary and Trump.
Good evening.
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you, and thank you, everybody.
This is it, your last chance to make an impression, so let's make it count.
Okay?
We know we've got lots of work to do.
Let's do this in B flat minor.
I'm going to beg off on this until later. We'll play it later because I really don't want to have any satanistic activities in my show during the recorded broadcast. You know, I know a lot of this stuff slips through the cracks, but are these people on crack? I mean, what the hell? I don't really know if it's funny or sick. Your cousins know nothing of chemtrails? Have you not told them about geoengineeringwatch.org? Okay. Well, you can believe whatever you want about Sandy Hook. I'm just telling you that there are no bodies. There were no pictures of bodies. The children that they claim died were actually actors for Jill Greenberg, a famous talent agent in Hollywood. They appeared at the Super Bowl. All the children were at the Super Bowl 2 years after Sandy Hook. You want me to show you pictures of this to give you a credible background so you believe what I'm talking about? I guess it is important to give some credence to what I'm saying, right? Especially on Truth Tuesday. I can't just make statements without backing it up. Yeah, Super Bowl. Here they are. Okay, Sandy Hook researcher CQ Ultra made a very interesting find, including that one of the more victims have been photographed with their parents. Yeah. I don't need FEC registration requirements to tell me I'm going to show you the truth. I could theoretically not show you the truth and certainly comply, but apparently all these children were put in front of the country at the Super Bowl a couple years after. These are the same children.
Walker and Caroline can be seen in these photos with their mother.
Oh, that's a little early, but yeah. Okay.
Caroline Previdi was identified as being one of the students in the choir.
You can see her age progression of her face.
She was also seen in 2 pictures with her mother on the sidelines. The woman on the sidelines appears to bear many of the same features as the woman in previous pictures with the Previdis. Does this confirm that Caroline is alive? It turns out, there was a power out during the Super Bowl, something many people considered to be pre-planned.
One big click of the light switch, and we lost power in the zones.
At least one player believes this, and many have alluded to the idea. The power also went out with 13 minutes 22 seconds left, bearing the number 322.
Peter, how did you do it?
The power also. Although QK Ultra did not mention Noah Posner, it appears very possible that this is Noah, especially with other accusations that he has been seen alive.
All right, so all of these facial age progressions are exhibited. You see these kids that are actually 4 years older because their photos were used in the Sandy Hook event by the Jill Greenberg agency, and then the real telltale sign of Sandy Hook being fake was of all the redacted footage that came out by the state police in Connecticut. It took 11 months for them to produce anything. And of all the redacted footage, there wasn't a stitch of blood evidence in the school itself. And we found out later that the Sandy Hook Elementary School was indeed closed during the attack. They had been closed for a year and a half due to what apparently is asbestos contamination. I'm serious. So all you have to do is research a little bit of this on the internet and you'll find out what I'm saying is true. The mainstream made you believe that Sandy Hook was a terrible disaster and that gun control is imminent. And all of it was put together by gun control activists. This was a crisis acting event that actually went live. So whenever the government spends a lot of money on crisis actors all across the country, whenever they go live, they have an intention. And they had the same event planned in Bridgeport, Connecticut that same day, 25 miles south. They just moved it up north. All right, so if you believe that Sandy Hook was some sort of a real event and you're worried about guns in schools, then ask yourself, how come we do not provide any weapons in schools to defend children? How come the janitors aren't armed? How come we don't have teachers able to bear arms and provide safety and security for their children? How come we don't have surveillance cameras in all of our schools across the country? Why haven't we put fencing around the schools with metal detectors? No one is looking at this as a real catastrophe, the fact that we're doing nothing. I say that we need to do something, and even if Sandy Hook was fake, we still need to start thinking about security for children. You're not allowed to post anybody's address here. Well, I don't want an illegal immigrant janitor to have a gun. I want somebody trained in gun safety and gun handling and an accurate shooter to be in a position where they could actually defend a school. But how come none of our schools have any weapons allowed at all? But they want to implement gun control across the board. The Democrats do. It's crazy. Okay, so Sarah's going to give me a little break right now. I'm going to go back to the blackboard. And we'll get back to a simple show for all of you. Guest chat, you're not going to be able to chat if you continue posting anybody's address. Okay? What's the dealio, Dave? Okay, we're going to shut down guest chat for a while.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Well, the simple show, as in, you're going to learn about history and you won't take on tough questions like, are they lying to you on Truth Tuesday? Because a lot of you people don't want to believe that you're being lied to at all. You'd rather cling to the anemic belief system that somehow our government's out to protect us, when they've done nothing to protect us. They're feeding us Roundup on a daily basis in our food. They're allowing strip mining, gold strip mining, putting cyanide in the waters of Colorado, leaching into our ground aquifers. They're allowing nuclear waste to spill into the Pacific Ocean from Fukushima, and they don't even want to talk about it. They don't even want to put radiation meters on the coastline of California. Oh, but I trust our government. They would never lie to us. We need to be our government. We need to change our government. We need a third party to make these people accountable. They're not going to be accountable if you continue to vote like a bunch of numbskulls and vote for Republicans or Democrats. They're going to continue to lie to you. And they'll never fix your environment. They'll never make your country better. They'll always lie to you. If you really believe Sandy Hook happened, then fine. Why don't we have schools with guns protecting children? Why don't we have fences? I mean, think about it. All right, thank you. I'll be back in just a bit.
All right, take your time. Relax, take a break. I think fencing is good around schools. We have magnets. No guns in schools, but magnets. Thought criminals who then face being executed. Thought criminals, really? Trump rhetoric? Huh. Hello, Spectra. Hello, hello. I am going to do my trivia. It might be trivial, my trivia. Well, you know, those bears, and that's what, who was it? Betsy DeVos said, yeah, we could have weapons to stop the bears. There aren't uniformed police officers in my school at all hours of the day. They have to be called to arrive. And then hopefully they'll arrive in time to protect some of the children. Well, hopefully they'll arrive in time to protect all of the children. Hopefully no one will worry about schools. You don't think schools are unsafe? I don't think a shotgun is necessary, no, Frups. A different type of weapon? With trained people? Yes. It all depends on the size of your high school, Frankenstein, and whether the police department is willing to work with that. But not at your elementary schools. Your high school has a little police station outpost? Good. That's not the case where our high schools are. Well, I don't think teachers should be required to be armed. No. Yes, Spectra. Sometimes it is. Oh, McGregor. I understand what you're saying, and I tend to agree with you. That's all the best I can do. All right, moving on. I disagree with you, this guy. All right. What is a term introduced by psychologist Carl Jung to describe a person whose motives and actions are directed inward? These types of people tend to be preoccupied with their own thoughts and feelings and minimize their contact with other people. Frups is right. Stop Googling close enough. Misanthropy is correct. Yes, you did get it first, Frups. Good job. Yeah, I agree with you, Frankenstein. What's the big deal? In some schools in the 1800s, they had actually, like, rifle courses. Why to control someone's brain, this guy? Alright, who was an American philosopher and psychologist of the late 19th and early 20th centuries? He was one of the first theorists to suggest that humans, like other animals, possess instincts. He also opposed then dominant views by arguing that human identity is grounded not in metaphysics, but in behavior. Yes, there were rifle courses. American philosopher and psychologist of the late 19th, so late 1800s, early 1900s. Kidding himself? He believes in himself. Not Dr. Phil. Not Icky. Not Timothy Leary. Not Ingrid. Not Schopenhauer. Not McGregor or Salty. His name, not Freud, not Jung. His name is William James. William James. Right, I don't think we need 50 12-year-olds running around with 22 rifles. No, I agree with that. I don't think there would be necessarily school shootings, though. I think, though, that our society, it's a different society and a different culture than the 1950s. No sports questions. I don't think I have any sports questions in this book. By the way, novelist Henry James was William James's brother. I can give you a different header, though. Stop Googling. So why do you care, this guy? Why do you care so much? Hi, Peter. How are you? A carameled apple. Yum. All right. Who was a Swiss psychologist of the 20th century who broke with his teacher, Sigmund Freud, and developed his own theories. He denied that sexuality is a basic driving urge for people. He classified people as extroverts and introverts. Pumpkin Hunter is correct. Carl Jung. Carl Jung put forth a theory of the feminine principle in men, the anima, and the masculine principle in women, the animus, and argued that people share a collective unconscious made up of symbols called archetypes. He looks very serious. Tell him what? I think as a Christian, you definitely tend to judge people. And doesn't the Bible say, judge not, for ye be judged? So I think I'm more living the philosophy than you are. Judge not. All right, who was an American scientist of the 20th century who investigated the sexual behavior of men and women? Exactly. I try not to be Frankenstein. It's hard for me to not judge people who judge others, though. I will admit that. So I'll work on that. Frankenstein, thank you for the reminder. Not Johnson. All right, who was an American scientist in 1947 and 1948? He published books on his findings. Sexual behavior in the human male and sexual behavior in the human female, popular known as these, and shattered existing conceptions of the nature and extent of American sexual practices. Kid himself? What does that mean? Kid himself. Letting him go down it? Yes, I did, Bangalitis. People can believe what they want to believe, this guy. What did I tell you? Yeah, I am wondering who you are. And I don't know what I told you. All right, so the answer to the question was Alfred Kinsey. Good evening, stealth mode. Good evening. The question was, who was an American scientist of the 20th century who investigated the sexual behavior of men and women? The answer was Alfred Kinsey. You just got here, bag of mostly water. You're like, nailed it. Wait, Sarah, you answered the question. You just got here, so I'm so glad you're here. All right. Kinsey was the first scientific investigator of sexual behavior to have a wide popular impact. By documenting the great variety of experiences, his work led many Americans to revise their views of normal behavior, and in this way he contributed to the revolution. All right, what is a relationship or a relation between two or more persons that is based on common ancestry, descent, or marriage affinity? Good job, Pumpkin Hunter. Kinship. Kinship is correct. I do not know who you are. I don't eat lunch with you. I do not know you. So I think you're kidding yourself to think that. What is a compulsion to steal? Usually without either economic need or personal desire. Pumpkin Hunter is correct. Misanthropy is correct. Stealth mode good enough. Kleptomania is correct. Kleptomania. Oh, is it Saturday? I guess April Fool's is on Saturday. I've played some good April Fool's jokes before.
I'll be right there, hang on.
Once or twice. I'm not that good of an April Fool's joke person. Which was, what did I tell you? What do you think I told you? All right. No, I don't know. According to psychoanalysis, what is the period in a child's development from about age 4 to about age 12 during which sexual drives are sublimated, yep. Psychoanalytic theory holds that all other stages of a child's development are dominated by the gratifications of primary desires. During this period, children generally identified with the parent of the same sex and play with other children of the same sex. It is not the anal stage, the oral stage, the genital stage, or the Oedipus complex stage. It is the latency period. That sounds great, Salty Dog. I probably will never drink your whiskey, but glad to hear it. So the latency period. I totally disagree with all this stuff with the... I think that whoever developed all this constant thing of sex is just... They had their issues of their own. All right. Who were a family of anthropologists whose work at Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania and elsewhere revealed that humans probably first evolved in Africa. Lewis and his wife Mary discovered fossils of human ancestors dating back over 3.75 million years. Their son continued to make discoveries in Kenya and Tanzania. Frankenstein is correct. Leaky is the answer. There's an extra E between the K and the Y, by the way. I think eventually spectral, but to say that before puberty is not. Good job, Pumpkin Hunter. Leaky, yes. All right. Oh, sorry, Salty Dog. One of those weird clues is coming back. What is a homosexual woman? Pumpkin Hunter is correct. Misanthropy is correct. All right. In Freudian psychology, what is the energy associated with the desires that come from the id? It's loosely used to mean sexual desire. Misanthropy is correct. Libido. Libido. All right. What is a nickname for one of the most complete skeletons of an early ancestor of humans ever found? Discovered in Ethiopia by Don Johansson, Tim White, and Tom Gray. This skeleton lived approximately 3 million years ago. She walked upright, and anthropologists estimate that she was about 20 years old when she died. She's considered one of the great finds of anthropology. I guess Bengalitis had it first. No. Who had it first? Wow, I was not looking. Oh, goodness, you guys are good. Oh, it's Frankenstein had it. I think Frankenstein had it first. And then Pumpkin Hunter, Hans has it. Good job. Lucy. Lucy. All right. What is the prevailing current or direction of a movement or influence? The candidate's speech represented the blank thinking on economic policy, and David often says, "Don't listen to the blank media." It's like, well, why wouldn't you when the prevailing current or direction of a movement or influence? Misanthropy is correct. Close enough. Bengalitis. Hans has it. Mainstream. Mainstream. Oh, man. I don't know, Salty Dog. I haven't really followed that. What is the inability to react successfully and satisfactorily to the demands of one's environment? Oh, you mean the chimpanzees? That was, it wasn't mountain gorillas, it was the chimpanzees, and I know her name. Jane Goodall? Is that who you're thinking of? Jane Goodall. All right. Malfunctioning is very, very close. Good job, Pumpkin Hunters. Let me keep reading. Although the term applies to a wide range of biological and social conditions, it often implies an individual's failure to meet social or cultural expectations. In psychology, the term generally refers to unsatisfactory behavior patterns that cause anxiety and require psychotherapy. Ha ha ha, not so special. Or not special. Mal, and then A. Mal, add. Pumpkin Hunter, close enough. Maladjustment. Maladjustment. Good job, Hans. Good job, Pumpkin Hunter. Ooh, thought control tech. That's pretty cool. Trump rhetoric. Thank you. I might read that later. Maybe, maybe not. I'll probably just go to bed. All right. What are mistakes or negligent conduct by a professional person, especially a physician, that results in damage to others, such as misdiagnosis of a serious illness? Misanthropy has it correct. Hans has it correct. Pumpkin Hunter has it correct. Malpractice is correct. Damage parties often seek compensation by bringing malpractice suits against the offending physician or other professional. What is a pessimistic viewpoint on population and world resources based on the doctrines of this certain person? It holds that population tends to increase faster than the supply of food, thus preventing the steady progress of mankind. This person advocated premarital chastity, late marriage, and sexual abstinence as partial solutions. Buckra is correct. Malthusianism. Malthusianism. By the way, it was based on the doctrines of Thomas Malthus. Thomas Malthus. Nice job, Buck. No sex. Premarital chastity. Salty dog. Premarital chastity. Or just condoms. Yes. Too high. Not in your vocabulary. Not yet, but going to be. Malthusianism. All right. What is violent, abnormal, or impulsive behavior? In psychological terms, this is wild activity associated with bipolar disorder. In popular terms is an intense enthusiasm or a craze. Pumpkin Hunter has it right. Misanthropy has it right now. Mania. What is Sarah Hart? Or 100, Alex? So you think, Salty. It's all in your mind, so that's good. Fantasies are wonderful. Alright, what is abnormal behavior characterized by deriving sexual gratification from behavior from being subjected to pain? More loosely, this refers to deriving any pleasure from experiencing pain. Things not special. Hans is right. Buckra is right. Misanthropy, thank you for making me laugh. Masochism is the correct answer. No, they skip over that completely. Isn't that sad, Misanthropy? They just skip it. All right. What is a family or society in which authority is held by females, through whom descent and inheritance are traced? Or generally, this is a society dominated by women. Good job, Pumpkin Hunter. Matriarchy. Frankenstein, good job. Buckra, good job. A matriarchy. Sarahland, you want to go there instead of Disneyland, where you're just peppered with trivia all night until Sarah goes to sleep. All right. What is tracing kinship and descent through the female line? Are you going to be an answer coming up? No. Oh, misanthropy? No, that's a good one though. I don't think. Maybe. Nope, misanthropy is not in here. Matrilineal is correct. Good job, Buckrat. Good job, Pumpkin Hunter. I know, not special. It's just what I do. Alright, who was a 20th century Canadian writer and communication theorist who proposed that the mass media, particularly television, were creating a global village? He also maintained that the means of communication has a greater influence on people. The means of communication has a greater influence on people than the information it carries. He said, the medium is the message. David paraphrased this person. Yes, he is a Canadian writer. Oh, is that an upset look? Not odd or even? Good job, Misanthropy. Was that a Google? His name was Herbert Marshall McLuhan. Who wrote the bonnet? I have no idea, Frankenstein. Jonathan Swift. Wow. Bizarre. And then he became popular. Wasn't he the author of Gulliver's Travels? Or am I wrong on that? Oh, I see. I understand that. Never odd or even. You can enroll in school, especially do you have your high school diploma or GED? If so, you can go to the community college. If not, you can actually enroll and get those. Yes, you're hearing it, McGregor. I'm trying not to, Ticken. No, I just look tired, not special. Well, it all depends on what the laws are in your state, Misanthropy. In some states, you can actually teach without a degree. In Washington State, currently, you must have a bachelor's degree in education. You have to, in order to get a certificate, a teaching certificate from the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. That took me a total of 5 years. I went to community college for 2 years and then 3 more years. Some states that don't require a degree currently in order to teach. Probably Kentucky, Alabama, Mississippi, I heard, is hiring high school students or considering only hiring high school students. And in fact, this state is now considering doing that, having one person with a certificate monitor other people who just pass a background check. And so the people that would then be in the classroom would be people that can pass a background check, and one certificated teacher would be in charge of that entire group of people. So every grade level, every classroom would have people to pass a background check, and then one certificated teacher would be in charge of monitoring that. That's not the way it works now. Then right now, after I have my bachelor's in education and my certificate, and I had to not only have just a bachelor's degree, I also had to pass an exam called a praxis exam, and I fortunately got in the 95th percentile, which is pretty good, really excellent. So that means only 15% of I'm in the top 15%. Then I also have to, in order to keep my teaching certificate, I have to do a big, almost like a master's thesis, but not really getting a master's degree. It's called a professional teaching program that I have to go through in order to stay a certified teacher. I agree. You taught for 35 years and you have 2 masters. Teaching is not about knowledge, it's about crafting lessons. And I agree, Cookie, but do you want someone that has 2 masters like you do teaching your children, or do you want someone who passed a background check teaching your children? It all depends on what system. I mean, fortunately, currently, I really like the system in Washington State. I disagree with that, Frankenstein. You were under-motivated social workers, so we should just go and become social workers. I think that we do have to do that. I don't have a full master's yet. It all depends. You can actually see teacher salaries online. Here in Washington State, yeah, they would try. I agree that it takes a child's desire to learn. In Washington State, a teacher can make as little as, I would say, it ranges from 30-something thousand for a full-time teacher to 80,000, depending on years of experience and level of education. But Washington State is currently looking at legislation changing all of that to be just everybody gets the same pay regardless. No, people don't just learn to tie their shoes in primary school. By 4th grade, you're learning fractions and long division and decimals. You're learning how to write opinion papers and informational articles and narrative papers. I mean, no, they don't just learn to tie their shoes in primary school. You lasted for 35 years. Can I even get an appointment? What do you mean an appointment? David is fantastic. David does not like Trump. Yes, you do have to be able to handle a class. Well, 4th graders can have some opinions. Yeah, don't worry, Miss. You'll see David in just a little bit. Good evening, Jeff. Oh, yes. I will maybe tell him you said hello. I don't think he really likes that name, though, that you've chosen. I'm doing okay, Jeff. How are you? It's not himself. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, then. All right. I've got one more clue. Trivia clue. What would be a good degree for you to get? Well, I recommend a website called thrively.com for you to kind of find out what do you enjoy. It's kind of like it gives you a personality test, and then it kind of gives you ideas to learn about what you would like to learn about. And so I would check that site and then decide what you want to get a degree in. I also would say if you haven't gotten a degree, any degree or any college, then I strongly advise you to go to community college first. Thank you. All right, one more clue. Who was an American anthropologist of the 20th century who revolutionized the field of anthropology in 1928 with her book, Coming of Age in Samoa, which emphasized the role of social convention rather than biology in shaping human behavior? In later writings, she described how the behavior of men and women differed from one culture to another, and thereby challenged the notion that all gender differences were innate. Baccarat is right. Margaret Mead. Good job, Jeff. Here's a picture of Margaret Mead. Here is a picture of Carl Jung. Get on your best behavior. Oh, I agree. I do not want to reward criminal thugs. Oh, you just want to go to college and be better than all the millennials? Is that what you're saying? Well, I didn't have full free speech. I think I turned guest chat off. Not special. I could try turning it on. No. LOL. Alright. Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, don't turn the guest on. I don't have to do it. I'll just wait for David to come back. Okay, thanks. Not special. You guys can remind him that the guests are off, but I wouldn't.
I appreciate it. I really
Because
do.
that's just going to get him more.
It's been a big thought on my
upset,
mind.
You know.
Yeah.
All right, enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. Good point, McGregor.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
here is David.
Well, some great ideas. I'm talking to your dad about some things that are just phenomenal.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're going to be. He suggested that we, because Donald Trump is putting all this money, $54 billion, into the Department of Defense, why not put it toward some of that toward the veterans? It turns out the veterans are in a different department than the Department of Defense. It doesn't come under the veterans. So none of the money, the $54 billion that Donald Trump is putting out, is going to go to the veterans at all. Which kind of sucks. Hi, Jeff. Mr. Anderson.
McGregor says he could hear you pitching your border security system.
Oh, you heard me in the background? Yeah. Well, he was, a lot of people don't think we need a border security system, but I really believe we could get by with one. It'll prevent the 31% population growth rate down in South America and Mexico from leaching into our country. And literally, we're already missing services for 4 million people in this country, and our veterans aren't getting any help. So $54 billion going into the defense and none of it's going to the veterans.
Yeah,
Donald
that's
Trump
bizarre.
has not put any money into the. I think I can convince anybody of the need for a border offense as long as it's safe. A lethal a safe lethal system. As long as it's completely lethal yet completely safe, most people would never go into a hot room, let alone a barrier that gets hotter and hotter as you go toward it. But that's how they created the active denial system, and it's a microwave system. But it could be very, very effective invisible fence. Safe, lethal system, yeah. But, it has levels of safety. So if you keep going forward and you're driving a vehicle with asbestos on both sides thinking, oh, I can get through this, then you get hit by the maser. And that'll electrocute you. Yeah, it could be very scary. The mere thought of it makes me, it sickens me to think that we'd have to do that, but nobody's going to do that. It just gets hotter and hotter. Like, would you willingly walk into hell? No. I'm just looking for some characteristic photos that would be appropriate. All right. That's the problem with the image library is it's so fun. I wish I could show you my image. I can show you my image library. It's absolutely the most bizarre library ever. But I'm not finding that item. We the people have had enough. That'll have to. You're right. Hey, Trump never did give me credit for taking my ideas. You're right. Good point. I'm not worried about it, though. I really am thinking of the betterment of mankind. So to spend my time thinking about, the right to ownership over something is a legal situation. I would rather let attorneys sort that out. Ah, man, that's good coffee. Now, a bank that lent $300 million to Trump, the Deutsche Bank, has been linked to a Russian money laundering scam. So that means at least $300 million of Donald Trump's assets that he owes, of the money he owes, he basically got a loan of about $300 million, are connected to Russian money laundering. In 2013, Donald Trump's hotel, the Trump Plaza, was being investigated by the FBI. They were investigating a money laundering Russian deal going on in the Trump Towers. Are you beginning to see some sort of a correlation here, anyone? Thank you, Jewish people. Yes, thank you for being attorneys. I don't, we're not taking money from people. $45 billion is sent overseas every year from illegal aliens. It's just a fact. That's no problem. People want to help support their family back at home. I understand. But I am a little bit kind of bummed out that, money isn't being spent here. That $45 billion has a real purpose here. So there's not much we can do, and we can't harvest money out of the Western Union shipments because it's not technically supporting terrorism. If it was, the government could seize those funds. But they're just helping their families survive. So you got to let that go, Frankenstein. Yeah, David, what big bank isn't involved in a scam? It's about who doesn't get caught. Okay, that's pathetic. You're right. Want to know who's spying, watching you on Facebook? In the upper right-hand corner of your page, click the little arrow and click on Settings. Then in the left panel, click on Blocking. In the Block Users box, type in Facebook Security and click Block. Really? But that's Facebook activity. They'll see me. It'll be clocked into my timeline. I brag about how little I've spent on Facebook just because I'm trying to minimize my profile and my footprint. So I have no footprint on Facebook. I think I've only approved of about 65 people, so there's probably others. I don't think that network is safe. Is it safe? Yeah, so Nunes, let's talk about him. Devin. House Democrats have asked Devin Nunes to step down, recuse himself. I think he should. I just found out that he basically was communicating all of the information they're investigating about him, about Trump and the Russians, with Donald Trump. And that's something that I think shouldn't be going on when a person's investigating him. Technically, there's no law against it, but really? Seriously. Yeah, here is the story. House Democrats asked Devin Nunes to recuse himself from the Russian inquiry. I think he should. I'm going with that story. Yeah, I just don't think he's impartial. I think he's lost his objectivity, especially talking to Trump and having Trump muscle him going, "You cannot try to look into my head. You cannot look into my business deals. Who do you think you are?" I could only imagine that conversation. It just must have been like out of this world. Well, if he's going to lower the hammer on the Democrats, I think it's about time he do it soon, because so far he hasn't produced any solid evidence that Trump was being wiretapped. He has, however, released all kinds of ancillary evidence about all the people in the world being wiretapped. So he's breached national security, too, on many levels, but I'm sure the CIA and NSA can sort that out themselves. Yeah, secret NSA files, I heard, yeah. But the problem is he's already released them. So the cat's out of the bag. Now the question is, what's going to happen now with the media? How is the media going to digest it? Because right now the media is just spitting out just a few morsels. Meanwhile, there's crap backing up and it's constipated out there in the blogosphere. So many questions, so few answers, so little truth. Amazon will start collecting taxes nationwide. Great. Okay, here we go again. It's limiting sales. Amazon's already getting a free ride on USPS deliveries on Sunday. Can you believe that? Let's take a look. Mad Professor's got a link. Linky poo. Yeah, that's the leaks we've had already from Devin have been massive. So we're processing them every night. We've got audio files of people talking about how one guy, like I said, was completely in the know about Barack Obama's birth certificate, and he had his head blown off. They put a bullet in his head. And the guys were laughing about that on this audio tape. It's like, these people are top-level bureaucrats that are making jokes about people being assassinated. It's bizarre. I mean, we're watching the underbelly of a very dark and shadowy government. And it's horrible. It makes you want to throw up that our government's gotten this far out of control with these people, these power players and power brokers making decisions that are obviously leading us astray, because Obama didn't need to be president for 8 years and lead us astray with all of his BS plans that couldn't be paid for. And he wasn't a good centrist president, and neither will Trump be a centrist president. He won't address either side. He's addressing his personal bank account and his vacations at Mar-a-Lago. That's all he cares about. Yeah, so Devin didn't really break any laws by telling the president everything and spilling the beans, but he definitely lost his objectivity. And that's why he should step down and recuse himself. Okay, Russia threatens to leak things Obama asked Moscow to keep secret. Okay, bring it on, buddy. Yeah, go for it. I think we've got a free-for-all now with Russia. Russia, if you're watching, I'm not going to do that. Russia, if you're watching, it's funny, Donald Trump never even pursued Hillary's case. He just completely backed off of her, too. So it's like he doesn't even want justice. But really, Russia, if they are watching anybody, be ready for the full reveal. Oh, yeah. I think all cards are on the table now. I think we're about ready to see some major reveals of lies, deceit, all the things that the government's been hiding from us. Heck, we might even find out whether World Trade Center was an inside job or not. Well, it turns out it was. It was a massive cover-up that actually led our country into 2 wars which we have not extricated ourselves from. 9/11, the inside job. Yeah, I believe it. I found enough information out over the past few years to verify that 9/11 in fact has a cover-up written all over it. Cover up. You can see the tip of the missile right there. That is not a plane, okay? So taking that little bit of information and looking at the fact the government only gave us 15 frames of the viewership of the Pentagon raised huge amounts of questions like, well, if it is a missile, how the hell did a bunch of Saudi Arabians fire it, which is a Tomahawk missile? How the hell did they deliver that? Because that's a huge one. And the answer is they didn't. They had help. What that means, we're talking genocide committed against our own people by a shadow government within our government to put us into war in Iraq and Afghanistan. Our worst fears, that these people think that they can just stick us anywhere, put us in war in Syria, manipulate the American people, have their sons go off to fight wars we don't need to fight against people we don't need to fight. The Russians don't want to fight us on the ground. The U.S. has no interest in fighting us on the ground, fighting Russia on the ground. But Donald Trump is carrying us forward in a ground attack, now with Syria. Fighting the same things that allegedly we were fighting when we were hit by the terrorists, quote unquote. You see, we're being played. The whole country is being played into this elaborate game of cat and mouse where we're lured in by the theory that we've got to stop terrorism overseas. The only way to stop it is to be strong and keep putting more money in the military. Well, like I said, Donald Trump isn't putting any of that money, $54 billion, into the veterans' hands. It's crazy. So all this stuff with 9/11 led us into the war, with the 2 wars that we're now sitting in. You have to ask, is our leadership credible? And the answer is no. We have no trustworthy leaders. We have 2 parties that are bumbling along, giving us the false illusion of choice. I think 9/11 was a lot of that, false flag and everything else, but people did die and it was genocide. So let's not ignore the genocide that was committed. If the missile was shot from a truck across the street, that's possible. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Yep. Very good theory, Scissor Fight. You're thinking out of the box. I like that. It was a horrible crime. Ken's 5 is news station in your town. You know, Bag of Mostly Water has been here. You know, we got people from the left to right here. If we didn't, it would be kind of pointless to have conversations. You know, if we all sat here in agreement, it would be kind of a waste of time. It would be a boring conversation, wouldn't it? Okay, guests, come on in. We are now in the extended show, which you're allowed to come in to. I do another hour of this daily. So go ahead. The Western media missed out an juicy nugget about Russia recently that should have set off alarm bells in Washington. Asked about the current state of U.S.-Russian relations, Maria Zakharova, Foreign Ministry spokesperson, gave a long-winded answer that could be read below in her answer. Zakharova suggested that Russia may publish leaks about secrets the Obama administration asked the Russian government to keep private. The shocking statement can be found in the second to last paragraph of Zakharova's answers. You know, I really think it's perfectly fine. We can actually start talking about maybe the leaks of the sex tapes. I think Russia, you should probably leak the sex tapes at some point. You know, I mean, it's not going to help if you don't. We'll have a credible relationship towards Syria if I'm leading this country. I will pull rebels out of Syria. We will not engage Marines in Syria. And we will begin the process of making amends with your country. Gold, $12.50. Silver, $18.12. Looking good for silver. Gold still hanging in there. And the Dow Jones making a move up to $20,701 number. Yeah, it's not a dollar sign, it's a number. Did they really say? Rewind. David, is Jeff gay? He seems obsessed with me. No, Captain Howdy. Jeff, you got to understand, you know, nobody's hitting on each other here. This is a political chat room, man. Frankenstein, you're such a right-wing extremist. Syria is not going to do anything to us. We are simply defending Israel by continuing this charade of attacking Assad. John Kerry and Obama did the same thing. They're acting out of an Israeli-Zionist pact. We don't have that as our initiative as a country. We don't need that. And it still won't jeopardize relations with Israel if we just say, hey, you know, we're not going to start a war in Syria. Scratch that idea. New World Order, be damned. You can stop your plan of global domination. It stops with Syria. It's that simple. I care about Israel. What, are you kidding me? Boy, I mean, they're such a great country. They have a lot of good things going on, but do we need to do their bidding? Do we need to be their foreign policy policeman? No. We can give them air support if they are provoked or attacked, but if they're doing the attacking, they're on their own. And that's a very simple statement to all the other countries around. But if somebody provokes an attack on Israel, like Iran, we'll come to their aid and defense with air power, big time, just to maintain the balance of powers, because they are an ally. But I'm in no way an apologist or a Zionist, and I want everyone to be clear, this is not a plan our country is going to benefit from. By going to war with Syria, or encountering Russians on the other side of that war, we're only going to get deeper and deeper into a ground war with Russia. How is that going to help our country? So you can order ahead with Dunkin' Donuts now with the Waze. Yeah. I'd like 50 more donuts so I can get fat and die of a heart attack. So I use this incredible new app. It shows ads prodding drivers to swing by fast food joints like Dunkin' Donuts and Taco Bell. Now it's adding a new item to its menu, the ability to place orders at the same shops on the fly. Oh, I'm so connected, you know, I just want to continue to eat white flour and GMOs. Oh, I'm so cool. I'm going to, like, completely order enough crap to dye up my intestines for the next 6 years. Yeah, you'll be sitting on the toilet wondering how many bowel movements you want. GMOs will do that to you. Yeah, you'll be taking bowel movements every day, 5 times a day. You'll want to get pitted when you get done. The bottom line is, if you're eating white flour on a regular basis, you're dying. You're killing yourself. Now we can put parachutes on airplanes, but how come we haven't been able to put parachutes on jets? I mean, it makes no sense. I asked this question. It's one of my biggest philosophical questions. Think of all the people that could have prevented dying by simply putting an amazing parachute assembly on jets. So I came up with the blimp pack. Not only is it a portable parachute, which can open up into a massive parachute, and that's another design we're working on, but we also have the option of getting the thing up in the air and saving 85% on fuel. You have 1 million followers, McGregor. Your great writing masterclass broadcast. Well, good for you, man. Jeff can't seem to write an article about me, but he's getting all kinds of rave reviews. Yeah, you're something else, man. Okay, so it is a career ender, Jeff. You'd probably lose your entire, whole future as a journalist. just so you know, anybody who writes about me pretty much gets, removed from. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That I'm toxic to journalists. That's why they won't interview me. So this has parachutes on it, and we can even have a breakaway parachute thing in the middle. So you'll never crash on the blimp plane. Inside the blimp plane will be a bar, a vape lounge, a place to hook up for just sitting and talking. That's subdued listening, so you don't have loud music. Then there'll be like a dance section, so you can dance on the blimp plane. And we're also going to have about I would say 100 sleepers and another 100 seaters that have full reclinability. The units that we will build will be gutted and a lot of the interior would be plastic and carbon fiber. So it'll be very lightweight. No, the tickets will be $100 from Los Angeles to New York. The nice thing is most of the money that goes into jet travel is the fuel cost. This will be saving 80 to 85% on fuel, because just getting the jet up in the air is the toughest part. Once we're up in the air, we're floating. We kick on the jets at low speed and we put limiters at half speed. So the most these jets could go is about 300 miles per hour. The outer exterior of the blimp will be comprised of a dirigible made of graphene or something like graphene, a exoskeleton made out of Kevlar, wrapped with Kevlar, and soaked in resin. Yeah, he should write about an article about David, yeah. U.S. Flint water. Now, we talked about Los Angeles having worse lead in their water system than Flint, Michigan. L.A. is actually 3 times worse. They're finding areas of Los Angeles have tremendous amounts of lead. But Flint, Michigan, going to replace 18,000 lead-tainted water lines. Finally. This is like 3 years into it. That's good news. Ironically, I did the math, and this entire water plant right there in Flint, Michigan, if it was empty and filled with hydrogen, could carry this blimp. It's got enough displacement in it to do that. Isn't that amazing? So you're really looking at like a dirigible about that size. Anyway, yeah, let's get to the story. Michigan and the city of Flint agreed Monday to replace thousands of home water lines under a sweeping deal to settle a lawsuit by residents over lead-contaminated water in the struggling community. Flint will replace at least 18,000 lead or galvanized steel water lines by 2020. The state will pick up the bill with state and federal money. Good. Well, that's a step in the right direction. I would have put emergency desalination systems in place in Flint by now. It'll take 10 hours to get across the country, yeah, going 300 miles an hour. But you think of all the friends you'll meet on board. Yeah. You make lasting friendships in a 10-hour flight. We try to turn air travel into something fun. Right now it's very stuffy. It's like totally, you're not inclined to actually communicate. And the 747s were designed originally to have lounges. And why not take all the aging fleet of 747s and make use of them? I mean, the stress fractures alone would limit them at high speeds, but they'd be fine up to 300 miles per hour. They'd have no problem. Yeah, I have a video out there. It's gone viral. I think it has 222 hits in 6 days. No, I think you're off at the deep end there, Captain Howdy. Okay, guest on again. Thank you. Oh, just as you suspected, beef taquitos may have rubber or plastic in them. Oh, no bueno. Oh, no. Yeah, beef taquitos, I've always wondered, they don't say so normal, It's like, even the frozen ones are like. I'm done with the idea of air travel. All right. Recall. Beef taquitos may have rubber or plastic in them. Jose Ole are the brand name you are yeah. So you look for the brand name. Lampasas, Texas. Hang on, I gotta switch glasses. I gotta do my Rick Perry. Yeah. A Texas company is recalling more than 35,000 pounds of ready-to-eat beef. Now, what the hell is wrong with the spelling here? I mean, every single website I see, check this out. Read to eat beef. Now, what the hell is read to eat beef? You supposed to read it before you eat it? What the hell? Read to eat beef. I think they've got typos going on all over the place. Yeah, so they're going to be dealing with a recall. Beware. You should be very careful. Yes. You know, I've been looking for corn tortillas that aren't GMO. It's crazy how many GMO products are still out there. I mean, almost every corn tortilla on the market at every box store is GMO, made with epicide. I'm just wondering, when are we going to see more organic? You know, you can get chips made of non-GMO. And if you're wondering what the problem is, well, we talked about the problem last night, and I think it's important that everybody continues to know that genetically modified food has a dangerous component in it, which the government doesn't tell you about. It's called epicide. And this woman has explained it to you in very simple terms, and I will let her talk.
For one example of many, in 2001, a small California biotech company called Epicite patented a gene, which causes both men and women who eat it, in the form of any product, to produce antibodies to sperm. If the men eat the Epicite gene, they produce antibodies to their own sperm, rendering them irreversibly sterile. If women eat the Epicite gene, when they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been deposited, and they become infertile through the destruction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the Epicite firm, and, quote, commercialized the Epicite gene. Do you want to know if the food that you're eating contains the Epicite gene? Sure you do. How about the food that your children are eating, or your grandchildren? Sure you do. But the FDA, the Fraud and Death Administration, has made sure that under current laws, it is illegal for you to have that information.
Yeah, the truth, when you finally chase it down, is almost always far worse than your darkest visions and fears. Ooh, yeah, I thought I'd bring that up to your attention. The blimp plane will reach a Mach speed. No, it'll get 300 miles an hour. It won't reach Mach speed. You notice how I just added about 20 IQ points to the show? I don't know. I found these sunglasses on the ground in a public parking lot, and somebody lost them. I have millions of viewers. I can't tell you how many I have. It's top secret. Yeah, wars or any other means, Mark. Yeah, good point. They want to start wars to get rid of people. So, of course, they're going to start a ground war with Russia. So we have a serious challenge ahead. Wow. A gun falls from an inmate's body. Yeah, this is a weird and strange story. And it may be difficult for some of your viewers to watch this. But a stolen gun falls from an inmate's body cavity during a search at North Alabama jail. Apparently this criminal was carrying a weapon on board his body. Okay. He's being booked in the Limestone County Jail on a misdemeanor charge of public intoxication when the weapon fell from his body, said Sheriff's spokesman Stephen Young. I immediately considered that he defecated on himself before noticing a familiar shape in the form of a pistol in his boxers. Roberts was arrested after midnight when deputies responded to a call about a prowler on Easton Lane. The caller found Roberts around his garage and held the suspect at gunpoint until deputies arrived, Young said in the news release. He was showing signs of impairment, difficult walking. When officers noticed Roberts appeared to be walking strangely, he stumbled and the pistol fell from his body cavity. It was a .38 caliber pistol. It is a Jimenez, valued at $100. The weapon was reported stolen from Florence. Was not loaded. Now, who would put a not loaded weapon up their ass? I mean, does that make any sense at all? Why anyone would put something up their butt to start with, but to not even carry bullets in it? It's got a safety on, I mean. It's okay. Imagine if they, I don't know what to think. I'm a little bit concerned. Not too concerned, but I'm sure you've drawn the line somewhere. Wow. 20 years for a serial bank robber who stepped out of a Hollywood movie plot. This is weird. Yeah. Alciu Johnny Andreas ran gang, who donned matching outfits before dropping through the roof on ropes and jackhammering their way into vaults. Okay, they're in custody. 20 years for serial bank robber who stepped out of Hollywood movie plot. Okay, a California man who prosecutors say led a gang of burglars in a decade-long string of Hollywood-style bank robberies, rappelled through roofs in matching outfits and carrying walkie-talkies, has been sentenced to 20 years in prison. See, crime does not pay. Alciu Johnny Andreas, who was already serving 51 months behind bars for an attempted bank robbery in 2014, was also ordered by a federal judge to pay $12 million in restitution and forfeit 2 Mercedes-Benz cars and 4 Ducati motorcycles purchased with his proceeds. He's 48, and he was convicted of 2 counts of bank robbery following a jury trial. And he did not have a weapon up his butt. Wow, okay. I'm not sure I really, know what to do with some of these stories. They're just taking up space in my hard drive. Well, as long as Devin Nunes does not recall himself from, recuse himself from the role of investigating this, I don't see how we can proceed. Multivitamins are multi-useless. Really? Is it because I don't chew them? Is that why they don't have an effect? I've often wondered if you chew them, they're more digestible. This person says, I took multivitamins every day for a decade, then I found out they're useless. Wow. What are we, being fed lies? Save for a few lapses in my irresponsible college days, I've popped a multivitamin every day since middle school. Okay. Oh, your doctor bluntly informed you that multivitamins weren't doing a darn thing for me. Like you're going to trust a doctor's opinion on nutrition? I'm sorry, this whole article is debunked right now. You can't trust a doctor on nutrition questions. Evidence is sufficient to advise against routine supplements? Oh, studies find, of course they don't want you to get healthy with vitamins, they want you to die. I'm sorry, I don't buy that story. Yeah, they just want you to die. They don't care. It was sponsored by Whole Foods, really? And you trust Whole Foods for your GMO products? Whole Foods has been notorious for selling genetically modified products at a store calling it natural. I mean, and you trust that story? Okay, I see we've got a lot of work to do here. Many of you haven't been down the rabbit hole. Okay. I don't know where to start. We talked about this earlier in the pre-show. People are, making fun of how I buy Y2K food and still have it in my cupboard. Well, apparently, do you know that a store can sell food past the expiration date? Yeah, it's true. So yeah, you can eat food that have expiration dates on them. It's not that big of a deal. The government's actually concerned because a lot of people are throwing away perfectly good food. I'm not kidding. 35% of our food is being thrown away. Fox News ran a story about how it was okay to eat food 12 or 18 months after it's... I don't think anybody has run a story about it being okay to eat Y2K food, though. So I'm kind of out there on a limb. Speaking of on the limb, we haven't even done one cowbell. No wonder. I feel a little bit verklempt tonight, I feel a little verklempt. I need my cowbell. Oy vey. No, I'm not Jewish. Yeah, if you're a little upset about that, I'm sorry. Some of you had wanted me to be Jewish. I know. It's okay. I'm a white guy. White Anglo-Saxon. I was raised Catholic. Yeah, which is like, kind of like this cow here. I was trained to be guilty for all kinds of things. Yeah. A good field animal, so to speak. So I basically gave up my religion at 11 years old and went on to, I still believe in God. And I have a personal relationship with the Lord. Now, we did feature another story earlier. I want to just touch on that. Apparently, Bill O'Reilly is making fun of Maxine Waters, who's now trying to launch an impeachment of Donald Trump. And I admire her effort. I really do. I never thought I'd say that about Maxine, but yeah, she's putting her name out there. Well, watch what Bill said about her. He doesn't talk about his cue ball, barely covered head with hardly any hair. But he makes a fun of her beautiful, luxurious chocolate brown hair.
I didn't hear a word she said. I was looking at the James Brown wig. If we have a picture of James, it's the same. It's the same one, right?
No,
And he's not
okay.
using
I
it
gotta
anymore.
defend her on that.
You're all wrong.
I have to defend her on that. You can't go after a woman's looks. I think she's very attractive.
But I didn't say she wasn't attractive. I love James Brown. But it's the same hair James Brown, or the Godfather of Soul, had.
So he had girl hair.
Whatever it is, I just couldn't get by it. Now, you're all wrong about Maxine Waters. Number one, she's a sincere individual. Whatever she says, she believes. She's not a phony, all right? That's right. And that's old school, all right? If you're not a old school, you got this new book coming out. So we're giving Maxine a break here. I love you, Maxine. I want to see you on The Factor. And when hell freezes over, I'm sure that'll happen.
Right. Now let's talk about old.
I'm sorry, but he's selling a book and making fun of Maxine Waters. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I don't know. Making fun of a woman's hair. I mean, could we actually elevate the level of dialogue from exploitive journalism like Inside Edition, which is Bill O'Reilly's former starting point in life? Well, let's be clear. I'm not jealous of anybody. I live in an insulated world, completely protected. I established a fortress, completely defendable against all of nature's changes and vicissitudes. I can deal with a catastrophe of unknown proportion. I have nuclear, biological, and chemical life protection suits. I'm completely impervious to any attacks. So what do I have to worry about? Yeah, vicissitudes. Yeah, I'd look that up if I were you. Senate politicians and politics of ISP companies vote to sell your privacy. Yeah, thank you. Oh, we got people talking about it? That's good. I think these glasses are fantastic. I got them at the convention recently. How I See the World has a story. It's about, all the ISP companies being able to sell your privacy now. Your search, all your records of searches and everything is completely, buyable. Somebody can actually buy it, an advertising company. So whenever we search for something online, somebody can grab my personal search list. It's good I don't look at porn. It looks at me. But no, seriously, they're going to have complete control over your entire list. Your mother could claim she's an advertiser and call up and ask for the search list of your entire household's itinerary and find out that you've been looking at porn. Yeah. So that's something to think about. And how I see the world is going to talk about the issue of ISP privacy, not porn. Is it that you don't want to talk about porn? Many of you are suffering from pornophobia. I understand. I'll keep the word porn out of this discussion, because if we talk about the word porn, it's just going to trigger you. Please stop talking about the word porn. Thank you. What do you mean it's not a word? Of course porn's a word. Yes. You used to know a porn star and regret never making a move on her? You live with that memory? That's so sad. Because you regret not having AIDS or something? You regret not having an STD from the porn star? You really think that porn stars don't have STDs? Let's get true and real tonight. I mean, let's just tell it like it is, man. You're risking yourself and your entire life by thinking about that. You didn't blow anything. You just saved your life. You've been muted, Rodney. Rodney, go back in your cage. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. My love child and Mildred and I are going to a picnic in the Griffith Park. Yeah, I'll see you later. I'll see you at Planet Hollywood. I'm going to be going over there for drinks. What does he do now? Because Arnold is just like a roving personality. Have you seen Terminator 5? I haven't. I want to see it. Is it worth it? I heard it was pretty good. Yes, your tuna is fine. I actually prefer pre-Fukushima tuna. Because frankly, Fukushima is dumping massive amounts of radiation in the ocean, and whenever I buy tuna now, I'm thinking, it's probably contaminated.
What's up, everybody? E from Truth Virus.
Hey,
and we got some more script reading.
Yeah.
From Puppet Trump here. Straight from the Royal Palace of the Corporation of the United States, the White House channel, right? Puppet Trump hosts a listening session with who? Of course, the Fraternal Order of Police. Thumbs the fuck down as always. Here's your logo. Your symbolism for your Fraternal Order of Police, of course, you got the 5-star satanic Baphomet looking bullshit. Got the one eyeball Illuminati symbolism here. You got a Freemasonic handshake symbolism over here.
Well, don't
you got
forget
some Freemasonic
the
checkerboard symbolism plastered in the middle of it right there.
This is, hey everybody, Truth Virus. Hey, he's good, man. He's going to show you all the Illuminati symbolism that you missed. He points it all out. Yeah. Many of you have been looking for references to the dark side. Well, believe me, these people are putting out an incredible plan. The New World Order. Oh, yeah, I'll add that to the list. Thank you. Gotcha. 10-4 on that, good buddy. Yeah, strengthening the mind with knowledge. Now, a quadriplegic man's arm and hand brought back to life by thought control tech. Wow. Check this out. During trials, Bill Koshevar grasped and lifted objects after having dozens of electrodes implanted on his brain and right arm. Wow. A quadriplegic man has had his right arm and hand brought back to life with the help of thought control technology. This is really cool. Yeah, Bill Koshevar, 56, was paralyzed below his shoulders in a cycling accident 8 years ago, but can now grasp and lift objects after having 2 pill-sized electrodes implanted in his brain. Well, in this particular case, I guess Elon Musk is right. We need a neuro patch to get people to be moving their arms. Hey, I don't mind applied technology involving RFID chipping. I just wouldn't do it. I have no need to be chipped. My mainframe is completely cybernetic. There is a rumor that I am a cybernetic organism, possibly 3-dimensional character or CGI. All of those rumors are untrue. I am in fact human. You can tell by my natural cadence and communication, much like anyone like you. You cannot tell that I am clearly a cybernetic organism using human voice prints and smoothing technology. Okay, no, the truth is I'm a real person. Yeah. And these glasses really are bizarre. Okay. Hey, 7:34, and I have to urinate. So I'm going to get up from the show, play you a little video, possibly a YouTube video right now, coming in at us right now. Madison Moon, possibly. Am I guessing? I'm sensing a Madison Moon. No, a Kafka Winston world. Cool. I'm going to play a little of her video for you while I go to the bathroom. All right. Thank you so much, and I'll be right back for the finale of our show. We'll bring on some dancing, too. Something I haven't done in a while. Well, let's be clear. You're my motor.
Hi everybody, it's still March 28, 2017. I posted a video a couple of days ago, utility companies passing off smart meters as analog meters. And in that video I read from an article, TWAC Smart Meters Problematic to Public Health and Safety. The TWAC smart meters have PLC transmitters in them, power line carrier transmitters. And new analog meters, well, they can be passed off as analog, but they're actually smart meters. But analog meters, the new ones, also have PLC transmitters in them. But these PLC transmitters emit a powerful, dirty electricity that is dangerous to our health. But this dirty electricity from these PLC transmitters are a constant presence in people's homes, possibly 24/7. And the dirty electricity can turn all the wiring throughout one's home into antennas. Antennas can convert electric power into radio waves. And these signals from these transmitters cannot be blocked or filtered. When I first read that, I thought something's up with this. A constant presence in people's homes. I also read from this article, the author talking about his or her parents. The parents were in fine health and slept fine when they had their old analog meter on their home, but when they got a new analog with a PLC transmitter, they began to have health problems and sleep problems. Well, underneath that video that I posted, somebody sent me a link to this patent, and I want to thank that somebody. Apparatus to effect brainwave entrainment over premises power line wiring. I will link below to the patent if you want to read all of the details, how this works, read about how it's been tested, and they found success in training brains. Click on the link below. But this invention discloses an apparatus and method to effect brainwave entrainment by very low frequencies, modulated with a very high frequency carrier over a premises power line, alternating current wiring. But I thought this was interesting when I read, the invention disclosed and claimed herein addresses the above and other needs and provides means to achieve brainwave entrainment in mammals, including humans, within a premises using the AC power line wiring. Rather than simply creating a trance-like state in the humans and animals within the premises, the present invention establishes a 24-hour circadian rhythm supportive of a mammal's internal circadian and subsequent ultradian rhythms for improved sleep and improved awake periods. 24-hour. This apparatus is going 24 hours. Interesting that these PLC transmitters produce a dirty electricity that is a constant presence in people's homes. And if you have an apparatus in which you can use to improve sleep patterns, improve awake periods in human beings, that apparatus can also disrupt sleep patterns and disrupt awake periods. And I do believe that the majority of the American public's brains are now entrained. That is why we are seeing insanity on an unprecedented scale than we've ever seen before. It is why people are having such difficulty talking to adults, having adult conversation. And a lot of people consider that chemtrails, that geoengineering is the most important thing, or Fukushima is the most important thing that we face, or GMOs. I believe the most important thing that we face today are these frequencies, not only coming from cell phone towers and cell phones and Gwen towers, but these frequencies that are carried on our power lines inside our homes. If we cannot get through to people because their brains have been entrained, we can kiss everything goodbye. If people are walking around in a zombie state, a trance-like state, where they can't even see how artificial the sky is because their brains have been entrained not to see it, then how do you break through? But if people's brains are entrained, how do you even break through to tell them that their brains have been entrained? It's very dangerous, and they are using these frequencies as a weapon. I will link below to this article on Activist Post. Secret DARPA mind control project revealed in a leaked document. DARPA using transcranial magnetic stimulation remotely to entrain brains. But here it states, once it is determined that disruption of certain portions of the brain can enhance persuasive messaging, individuals can be persuaded to do things they normally would not do and believe things they normally would not believe. This could include something as simple as telling a closely guarded secret, a friend betraying another friend, or believing in government propaganda, or even committing a violent act. And how many people in this country believe in our government mainstream media propaganda? No matter how absurd, they believe it. How many of you have told me that you're having difficulty getting through to your adult children because they want to vaccinate your grandchildren? You provide them with facts and evidence, but they won't even look at it. They're completely closed to even having a conversation about it. This is unprecedented behavior that we are now seeing. And I do believe that they are using these frequencies to do this. Here's another article, which are the military uses of silent sound. And in this article, it states that they can use these silent sounds, radio waves, frequencies.
Yeah, okay, so Kafka's World is helping out a lot of people, freaking out about radio waves. That's good. I'm one of those people. I'm definitely trying to stay with the microwave oven when it pops on. I missed you too. Thank you so much, Jeff. Oh. Apparently something. Thank you. I know. It's a little weird. I think it was like flashback from the milk when I was drinking a glass of milk. There's supposedly Stargates that DARPA's hiding from the public. I heard that one of the theories was that Saddam Hussein had his presidential palace right on top of the Stargate that he had acquired from the Tower of Babel. Now, if you find I'm babbling here, okay? Yeah, it was milk, is what I'm saying. I had a little milk and it flashed up on my lip. I'm sorry, that link is forbidden. I can't go there, Captain Howdy. Well, it is. Podesta exposed on Fox News, federal violations, Pizzagate. Really? Thank you. This is looking good. I just want to break in the news to move toward an investigation into Pizzagate. I really believe that there's something going on there. And I saw the kill room, the whole thing. Everything points to the alleged possibility that something might be going on down below those restaurants and the museum there.
Russian interference in this election, I think, should be of utmost concern to all Americans.
Really? Well, what about your connection?
Media Matters is probably interrupting the signal right now. We can't talk about it because they don't want anyone to talk about it. I don't know. That's just a guess. I know.
Kremlin cash. Mr. Podesta, joining us right now from Tallahassee is Peter Schweitzer. He's the author of Clinton Cash, president of the Government Accountability Institute. Peter, good morning to you.
Good morning, Steve.
So tell us about John Podesta and his connection to a Kremlin-backed company.
Well, in 2011, John Podesta joins the board of this very small energy company called Joule Energy, based out of Massachusetts. About 2 months after he joins the board, a Russian entity called Rusnano puts 1 billion rubles, which is about $35 million, into John Podesta's company. Now, what is Rusnano? Rusnano is not a private company, Steve. It is a fund directly funded by the Kremlin. In fact, the Russian science minister called Rusnano Putin's child. So you have the Russian government investing in one of John Podesta's businesses in 2011 while he is an advisor to Hillary Clinton at the State Department.
While he's an advisor to Hillary Clinton. Okay, does anybody in the Trump circle rise to the level where there's this kind of money involved?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Wait a second, we were talking about Podesta, now we're talking about Trump? We're trying to belittle Trump's possible relations with Russia? I mean, we know that he made $100 million from Russian mobsters. I mean, let's not play the Fox. What about fair and balanced? Whatever happened to that? Fox, fair and unbalanced. Unfair and unbalanced. Russia is Trump. Trump is Russia, yes. Hello, Geisha girls from Osaka. We love you too. No, I don't want to talk to Mark again. He lied to me. He was very mean to me, lying to me. I can't go there. I need to talk to pure people. That's why I don't take calls from Rodney. I need people of pure ethical nature to talk to me, who are not out for some ulterior motive. Howdy. Yeah. So we talked about 9/11. I didn't want to bring up the whole thing, but it is kind of a mess. A lot of people are just waking up. So if you're sounding the alarm and you think that now is the time to start talking to your family about 9/11 being an inside job, and it's a Easter Sunday dinner and you just decide to bring that up, you may want to rethink that. It's not the kind of thing you can talk about at the dinner table. A man spotted walking a kangaroo in Detroit. This is bizarre. Fox News. What is this, the Fox News channel? I mean, I don't do Fox News normally. A man spotted walking a kangaroo down a street. A Snapchat video of a man walking a kangaroo in Detroit is quickly making its rounds on the internet. A man has the animal on a leash and lets it down the ground. The animal quickly begins hopping on the street. The man jogs to keep up with it. I think he may have taken it on a plane trip from Australia. Yeah. Doesn't that make sense? He packed it in his bags. Uh-oh. We are being attacked. Warning, warning. Warning, warning. Attack in progress. Yeah. Warning, warning. Warning, Will Robinson.
Well, don't please now. William, please help.
Mr. Robinson, that is inappropriate. Dr. Smith. No. Caution. Caution.
Caution, caution, there is danger. 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 Caution, caution.
Silence, you ninny! Silence, you ninny! Silence, you ninny! Silence, you mental midget! Silence, you mental midget!
Never fear, Smith is here. Never fear, Smith is here.
Warning, warning, warning! You act this time with wisdom. You act this time with wisdom. You act this time.
Cease your senseless chatter! Cease your senseless chatter!
Are we lost in space or something? What's going on? Cease your sense. Yeah. Oh, they cut off communication avenue for geisha girls. Hi, ladies. So sorry. This is Scissor Fight's AI. I really like this. It's a wonderful piece. Hopefully they won't monetize me and copyright me. I get all these copyright monetization things when we play stuff that, you know, it's completely okay. Hey, this is me when I started in 2005. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, that was me in 2005, and here I am 10, 11, 12 years later. I was skinnier. What happened to Donald Young? Was he killed because he was sexually involved with Barack Obama? His mother thinks so. She believed her son was slain to protect the secrets of Powell, who became president.
We're good. Okay. We're up. All right, good. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our show. This is Surviving the Apocalypse. I'm David John Sponheim, and I don't really care what people think of me. I'm gonna do everything I can to protect the people on Earth as long as I'm alive. And
You have been banned. Well, meet Delusional Dave. He just got banned from the show. Later. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes to talk about whatever's on your mind. Anything? No, I was just, I was a guy who's, had a lot of sun that summer. I was out in the sun. It was like 3 months into a summer. Paradox, that's a death threat. You know that you can't do that. I look just like William Macy in that picture, yes. Oh, sorry. Have you ever driven in the nude? I've never had an opportunity to take my clothes off while driving. I look like a young David Soul. Well, why don't you live that world, right now? Why are you waiting for, the thought of that? Why don't you just go there and say, hey, yeah.
Don't give up on us, baby. Don't make the wrong seem right. The future isn't just one night.
Yeah, I guess I kind of look like him, a little bit. Why am I crying? Are you crying, Mad Professor? I'll be traveling around the country, yeah. I'm going around the country incognito. I got my get up, the whole thing. I got the whole dang thing worked out. Yep. You'll never find me and you'll never see me. I'll be arriving at your door and you'll wonder what the hell just came to my door. I'm going to be traveling incognito mostly. I've got my get up. You will not recognize me. So you'll never see me when I go into your neighborhood. Make America Dave again. Hey, I just loaded the new Spreadshirt website, which is put together fantastic. Yeah, I have the America's Third Party site here, and it is completely set up with the t-shirt order thing going on. We're watching you, Dave. I'm watching you too. I psychically know exactly who you are. Your name is Clark Green. You are living at beep 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 Fortuna Way in Fortuna, California. Your IP setting is... I'm not allowed to read IP settings, so... Clark Griswold, exactly. Here is the store. You just go to our site, America's Third Party, click on the store button. And then you go to the t-shirt section of the store, which will be going there shortly. You can also watch our show at americasthirdparty.com. We also have the Vaughn chat there. If you ever have any problems getting the show, you can go there. But yeah, our store, I just added a new t-shirt. So I click on the t-shirt here. This is legalized third party. David, now that the ISP can be bought, you should contact Comcast. IP addresses of those trolling you. Yeah, I could, but I'm not allowed to track IP addresses. It's a tossable offense according to Vaughn. Yeah, it is a cool shirt. You should check it out. It's the legalized at third party. It's a grid one. That's the kind of thing I'd wear at the beach. But this is a new one I just picked up. And somebody asked me to do this. Yeah. May 1st, taking down a lot of servers, I know. You know? Well, we know. This is called Make America Graze Again. Yep. All right. So yeah, that's the newest thing we added. Somebody said you got to put "Make America Great Again." All right, thank you. It's all about bringing back agriculture and, improving the soil, going natural. So you're taking down the servers, huh? So you're threatening Mr. Anonymous? Mr. Anonymous is out there threatening things. Isn't that weird how he comes in the room and we know that you're run by the government, okay? You're a government employee, Mr. Anonymous. We know that because the government is rich. And they can print money up recklessly, willy-nilly. Yeah. And we know that they bought you off. You're probably a hacker. There are a lot of hackers out there. And they're Bible. They lack money too. NBC News. Hillary Clinton covering up the pedophile ring at the State Department. An NBC News report claims that Hillary Clinton, while Secretary of State, shut down an investigation into an elite pedophile ring in State Department ranks in order to avoid scandal and protect the careers of high-ranking officials and ambassadors. This is a pretty good story from Common Sense Evaluation. Yeah. I find that very interesting. Flashback to June 11, 2013, when NBC was reporting Real News. The NBC investigation even provided internal State Department memos to back up claims of a massive Hillary Clinton elite pedophile ring cover-up. Serious allegations concerning the State Department, the NBC anchor, before launching into the disturbing details the mainstream media would be unable to report in 2017. According to the internal State Department memos, the agency might have called off or intervened into investigations into possibly legal inappropriate behavior when its ranks alleged to protect jobs and avoid scandals. This concerns a time when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, so she purposely thwarted a pedophile ring investigation. Wow. Yet Mark admitted while casting, he sends our cast to the miscellaneous section many times and laughed about it. Yeah, I noticed it was stuck in miscellaneous a couple times in the evening. Where are we now? Are we in People? You can see it on your end. I turned guest chat off because I was feeling a little bit, verklempt. And as you can see that it's no fun to feel verklempt. I'm in the People section. Good. Yeah. So it's obvious to me that Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump have something going on. And I think it's kind of called corruption. Okay. I know that they're not in a threesome. I'm fairly sure that they're not involved in some sort of sexual triangle, love triangle. Verklempt. Okay. So many of us are just, kind of wondering, well, okay, no big deal. What about Bruce Lee? And what about us watching you get up and do a little exercise? So I'm going to give you a little Be Water, my friend, and then say goodnight. And bring a little LA Women at the Doors back into the show, because I love watching that whole scene with Jim Morrison. It's one of the best videos ever. But I'm going to leave you now on YouTube and get you back on track on another night. Tomorrow is Wasteful Wednesday, where we talk about the government waste, mostly due to Obamacare. We're going to keep it pretty simple and just talk about how healthcare is just ripping us all off, and the rising cost of healthcare really has to be addressed, and Obama didn't do it. Donald Trump's not doing it. But in the meantime, let's look to the great mind of Bruce Lee and Be Water, my friend. Hey, thanks for coming in. We'll be back tomorrow night. Like I said, 5 p.m. is our starting pre-show, and then we record from 6 to 10. And then I play videos all the way tonight till 2 in the morning. So I'll be in the chat room playing videos that have been coming in that we put in our playlist on YouTube and play out for you. But thanks for coming in and checking out our show, and we'll be back every night because we just keep doing this. It's great. Thank you. Take care.
It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that heavenly glory. Empty your mind before